Anish, ready? Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the City of Palm Coast City Council workshop meeting this morning. It is Tuesday, December the 12th, 2023. It's 9 a.m. and we are in the community wing of City Hall. I would ask you all to please stand and join me for our Pledge of Allegiance. Following the pledge, you're welcome to remain standing for a moment of silence to reflect, meditate, pray, or pause for a moment. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I thank you all. Please be seated. I'll ask the clerk to call the roll, please.
Mayor Alfin.
Present.
Vice Mayor Danko.
Here.
Councilmember Clufus.
Present.
Councilmember Pontieri. Present. And Councilmember Hyder is absent.
Very good. Council members may have a brief conflict or conflict during the meeting. They'll check in and or out with the clerk as necessary. We move to the public participation section of this morning's agenda in order for city staff to be able to respond to your questions or concerns. Please fill out a comment card with your contact information. The comment cards can be found on the table near the agendas or available from the communications and marketing director seated in the back of the room. Anyone wishing to speak may approach the podium, provide their name, and may speak for up to 3 minutes. Please direct all comments to the mayor, be concise and to the point, avoid delaying or interrupting the proceedings, and do not make any irrelevant, impertinent, or slanderous comments. Any person who becomes disorderly may be barred from making any additional comments and may be removed. And I see a first speaker ready, so please come to the podium. Thank you.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Darlene Shelley, Hidden Lakes, Palm Coast. This past Sunday, we heard many fire and police sirens throughout the day in Hidden Lakes and Toscana communities on Old Kings Road. Our first thought was, oh no, are we going to be able to get out of our community to get to our appointments? Is I-95 going to be shut down again and Old Kings Road backed up and bottlenecked all day as it was on October 31st? For some of my friends and neighbors, it is even more of a dire concern. Will they be able to get to their dialysis treatment, their chemotherapy appointment, the appointment with the cardiologist they waited 6 months to get? Even worse yet, what if my loved one falls or has a medical emergency? Will emergency services be able to get to us in time or at all? These are life and death situations, and minutes matter. Approving zone changes and special exceptions to add any excess development on this unimproved, narrow, 2-lane and dangerous section of Old Kings Road is nothing short of negligent. The Land and Development Code codifies the protection of our quality of life, safety, and health. The zone changes, special exceptions, annexations, and land swaps that this council have approved and continue to approve with reckless abandon on a weekly basis are contradictory to the City of Palm Coast's own master plan and flume, and quite frankly, they are devoid of common sense. Unimproved Old Kings Road cannot safely handle the traffic demands it has now, and you and the PLDRB are allowing for double the allowed usage. Restrictions that were in place when we purchased our homes. With zero competent substantial evidence to show the combined effects for these approvals will be sustainable, safe, or even compliant with FDOT requirements. Where are the traffic studies that investigate the entirety of these multiple changes, opposed to each one on an individual basis? Why would you allow for zone changes and special exceptions that change the very design and landscape of this unique and historic scenic byway? How can you possibly justify that 9 3-story apartment complexes in a row on 30 acres of land are complementary to or compliant with single-family homes on quarter-acre lots. There are at least 4,000 apartment units completed and already in Palm Coast. We do not want or need them at this location, putting additional burdens on the fragile wetlands that surround these parcels, the precious Graham Swamp ecosystem, overburdening our already overcapacity schools. Please, listen to the citizens of Palm Coast and put our quality of life, safety, welfare above a developer's desire for maximum profits. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, please. Go ahead.
Richard Latko, Privacy Lane. Good morning. Palm Coast, how you doing? I got a few questions and concerns. The whole deal with these new houses being built at any height they want concerns me because, like for instance, a developer built is building a house next to me, and I know it's an ongoing issue, and he's actually leveled at 3 feet above surface. And so that would put the house, actually, I have a 6-foot fence, privacy fence. So now I'm going to be at 3 foot because they come out on the porch or their back porch or whatever, and they're going to be standing there, and my fence is going to be down here, and they're going to be up there. So how does that become privacy? You know, that's a big concern of mine, and the reason I came today was because they just started bringing in, the guy turned around and told me they're gonna bring 40 trucks of dirt into that lot just to bring it up to their standards, which is gonna be like 3 feet off the main road, above the main road, I should say. So that's one concern. The other concern was, like 5 years ago, I came to a meeting. Everybody was up in arms about Whiteview and the sewage issues. And even today, this is like 5 years ago, and even today, we're still having issues, you know, and I know other places around town are having issues, but, you know, even today with, every time there's a heavy rainstorm, you got the pumper trucks out there. And they're out there, you know, 4 o'clock in the morning, sitting in the middle of the road on Pritchard with their headlights on. You can't even see when you're coming up to them because the headlights, and it's so dark out. So that's another concern of mine that I haven't heard anything about, you know, fixing, because I was told, or we were all told, that new lines were gonna be put into Whiteview to raise the volume, and I understand that was done, but it's not helping anything, and the drainage stinks, because you see when the water comes up, it bubbles out of the drains. So, I mean, that's a concern and question from me.
Very good. Thank you. And you gave your contact information.
Yes,
Thank you very much for your
Thank you.
comments. Next speaker, please.
Thank you for letting me speak. Resident Palm Coast, Celia Puglisi since 1991. I am totally in agreement with both prior residents, especially with Shelley, because Hawkins Road is probably behind schedule on widening with turning lanes for probably 10, 15 years, and none of our past administrators or council or current or past have done nothing practically about it, because the little bone they throw to us here and there, a couple of miles up, 1 mile up, is nothing. It should have been widened all the way past Mrs. Shelley's house. Anyway, with all the growth that we approve, I'm going to be asking the city, please, to check into this following issue, because federal grants affects what we can get for us too. This is the lack of roads that we have and the mayhem traffic that is created by this growth. I have this issue, and I'm going to speak about the county. When the county asks for federal grants, that affects us too, correct? Because if we go to the federal grants, for example, from FDOT department, Mr. Buttigieg, which I've been in contact with, that goes to FAA underneath, and then it comes. When the county asks for grants for this airport, that they got 61 million since 2019, comes actually from the Federal Department of Transportation. If they're asking for the airport, just to enlarge the airport and have more very nuisance flight school affecting our lives, those are grants that are not going for the city of Palm Coast or for the county roads. It goes for the airport. This has to stop. The way that county affecting us and city us for grants has to stop. And Mr. Mayor, I understand that your vision out west, but this grant that was received 25 million for out west, it was needed here in Palm Coast. Cimarron has no sidewalk. Hawkins Road should have been widened. People is getting flooded. One other thing, regarding grants, please ask that with the county, talk about those grants from it's important to all of us. One other thing, I'm gonna beg this city to council to, we have CBDG grants from the Fed as well, right? Those are for funds that Mr. Jose Papa, mentioned on the budget to help our housing blight, housing problems. We have caused with these floods to Miss Michaels, which I have not been in contact, but I see her in meetings here, on number 7 White Horse. She's a senior lady like me. When we lose things, could be deadly for us sometimes. If we lose a pet, a family member, even things we love, like fruit trees. She lost all her fruit trees because you allowed all these overfilled lots. We have the obligation to get CBD grants, go and do a survey of all the fruit trees this lady used for food and replace them for free. Please do that. It's needed for us.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, yes, sir.
Good morning. Morning. I'll give you a little background about myself. I'm a retired superintendent.
Just introduce yourself for us for the record, please.
What's that?
Just introduce yourself for the record for us, please. Your name?
Richard Farnicola.
Thank you.
I live at 4 Blue Oak Lane. I am a retired superintendent of public works for a municipality. I'm a graduate of Rutgers University. I served 12 years on a land use planning board in New Jersey. I have an issue because they're building a house next to me that's above the normal grade of the houses in my neighborhood. They are allowing them to put berms around their house, which there's none in my neighborhood. The stormwater management people tell me that they passed an ordinance forcing them, the contractor, to bring the water to the road, which the whole neighborhood was built with retention basins behind it for that reason. And now they're causing an issue of water going over the sidewalk into the road to the nearest catch basin that goes to the back to the retention center, which is somewhat of a mistake. And everybody that I've spoke to from the town, from the stormwater management to the building department to the contractor, they all say it's because of an ordinance that was passed by the mayor and council for your stormwater management plan. Which the other thing, if you think about it, and they said that it's because of the pesticides and you're pouring it to the back, well, you're also forcing people in my neighborhood to use reclaimed water from a sewer system. And you know and I know that that water contains heavy metals from narcotics that people pour down the drain, that you're now putting into the ground at people's houses. And that is a lot worse than any pesticide you can control, because you cannot control what's in that stormwater. And we're forced to use it to irrigate our lawns, which also has gone out of control cost-wise. Per gallon, it costs as much as the drinking water in my house. And I think that there's a real problem there. The other issue I have is the exit to my property when I'm coming out onto Culvert Lane is technically the width of a 4-lane road with a center divider, well over 120 feet wide. There are sidewalks on each side that people fly up and down on bicycles. There's no stop sign at either side of that. And unfortunately, in a rainstorm, I hit a young man on a bicycle at the beginning of November. You need to put stop signs there. That road's like riding a bicycle across Palm Coast Parkway. in the middle of the night in the rain, in the dark, and the guy was wearing all black. That's all I have to say. Thank
All
you
right,
for
I appreciate your
time.
comments.
I
Thank you.
appreciate it.
And you'll leave your contact information?
Put it in
Thank
that
you.
box.
Very good.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Morning, Jeffrey Seib. Morning. I would like to address 3 issues brought up at last week's City Council meeting. The first is the ongoing call for a forensic audit of the city's finances. Without any evidence on suspected criminal activity that would justify the estimated price tag of several $1,000,000, it's not realistic. A forensic audit will not identify mistakes, poor choices, or incompetence by city staff unless they rise to the level of a crime. For a hypothetical example, former Mayor Melissa Holland was also an employee of Coastal Cloud, the company selected for the city's digital needs. If the specified conditions of the city's contract are being met by Coastal Cloud, no crime there. Even if Mayor Holland got a raise from Coastal Cloud, which is their business, not a crime that a city forensic audit would identify. The next item of great concern for me is the flooding of neighboring homes by the higher elevation of the concrete base or slab of new homes under construction. Hearing from so many residents affected by this, I agree with Ms. Brassfield, speaking last week at public comments, calling for a moratorium or work stoppage of new home concrete base or slab until this problem is solved. We can't wait for the city manager's stakeholder group to figure it out. I guarantee with work stop, they will figure it out fast. Somebody from the city with authority needs to visit every home construction site before any concrete is poured and certify the foundation is in compliance and will not result in flooding their neighbor's property by having a higher elevation. The third item requiring attention is the mosquito issue with the kids at Indian Trail Sports Park. Built next to Hewlett Swamp, warm nights with the lights on, no amount of spraying will eliminate all the bugs, and we don't want a lot of spraying around the kids. So one alternative is to move the games on those nights. Another would be to build another sports park away from a swamp. The best option would be to employ nature's insecticide, bats. In Flagler County, we have the little brown bat, which is our native species. This bat is not Dracula, it is an insect eater. One little brown bat overnight will eat its body weight in insects. My suggestion is the city build a bat house at the rear of the property by the woods and fence it off with information posted on the value of bats for the kids and us all. Plans are available from the University of Florida Department of Wildlife Ecology, who built 2 huge bat houses on the UF campus. We're all in this together. If we solve our problems together, we can go forward together.
Thank you for your comments. Is there another speaker that would like to address Mayor City Council at this time? Yes, sir.
Hi, good morning. Joe Runak, 7 Courtney Court. I'm here again to speak about 7 Clubhouse Drive regarding proposed cell phone tower there. I did want to come and just do a little show and tell for a second, if I may. I'd like you to just see. This is my backyard as it currently stands. Goes across the 15th hole at Palm Harbor Golf Course. All you see are hundreds of palm trees and oak trees. This is right where I sit.
Sir.
Yes, we're very happy to have the home and been very happy there for 7 years. Regarding this proposal of the cell phone tower, this is what I'm going to be looking at right here. We tried to be as accurate as possible, certainly as far as the location and the height of the cell phone tower. I've been coming for approximately 2 years now, stating that this is an inappropriate place for this tower. I have not heard anything from anyone in Palm Coast regarding alternate sites. There seems to be plenty of land along Colbert as far as looking at something that would solve the problem without hurting the residents in the C-section, Courtney Court, Courtney Place. Certainly, these towers are more powerful with the 5G on them. I did add a bunch on this tower because if this tower does go up, they are going to all want to put their equipment on it. T-Mobile, Spectrum, you name it, Verizon, AT&T. I asked the City Council and the Planning Board to look at alternate sites. No one is an expert regarding what the health issues of this might be. No one is an expert as far as looking at this tower. It will certainly kill the area's ambiance. This is a very developed area, a lot of woods. The tower is going to literally tower over the entire area. I asked the City Council again and the Planning Board to put the residents first in Palm Coast and find another spot for this tower. Thank you.
Comment? I believe there's another speaker. Yes, sir.
Good morning, Council. Dennis McDonald. Just to add on to what Joe just related to you, is this piece of property on Clubhouse is not only inappropriate, it's non-conforming. And I'm here to notify the city that if you put a tower on it, you've got to fight. We are aware of what's going on for some time. That piece of property is, again, non-conforming. You can't do it. Again, it's a PSP zone, okay? And a PSP zone can't be utilized in that manner. Take a look at what the zone says, right? You can't give a lease on our property to build a for-profit telecommunications tower that's not needed. Because the 1996 Telecommunication Act, okay, only allows for cell phone to landline connection. That has been decided by the federal court, and it was thoroughly decided in a case that was brought from Flower Hill, New York, and the federal judge ruled that the TCA Act, which gives you the sweeping power all the way across the country, is not for internet services, okay? It's cell phone to landline connection. That's all it allows. And so he knocked it all down. So that's where this all going. We have the money set aside. We have an attorney that is on this. I think you've met him when we did the last run at the golf course. So we're prepared for this. And I just want to say that Lou Vitale passed away 2 years, and he was a great spearhead in this, being one of the top EMI guys in the country. But I just want to remind you of something. Lou's company's still alive. His wife still lives here. Okay, those services are available to us. So if you choose to go down this road and build on Clubhouse, you are absolutely going to have a tremendous pushback. Now, I'd just like to remind you of one thing that's going on that was mentioned here. Times are changing here quickly. And whoever thought on the county level that avigation easements would be in play now? Ray Stevens went and got an attorney out of Orlando. He's been talking about this for years, but the time is right now. People are waking up to what's going on at the airport. So that'll be a federal issue there. Avigation easements are going to have a very big effect on the city of Palm Coast, which will be beneficial. And it's coming to county, and they have no way to stop it. So all I'm asking you is that don't pick a fight you can't win. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Yes, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. My name is Greg Blasset, President and CEO of the Palm Coast Flagler Regional Chamber. I wanted to come and share some good news about some things that the Chamber has been involved with. Number one was the holiday market. 2 weeks ago, 2 Saturdays ago, we hosted, in partnership with Rotary and the City of Palm Coast, a holiday market right here in Central Park, and we had thousands of people attend. And it was super cool to see families and pets and just everybody having a good time, and it was really the epitome of the holiday spirit and something that I felt super positive about, and I think everybody who was there that night did too. So I just wanted to thank the city for working with us on that. Also, our leadership program that we call LEAD Flagler, LEAD, stands for Leadership, Education, Advancement, and Development. They had a public safety day, and they went and toured, among other things, Palm Coast Fire Station number 25. And we were just blown away. I mean, I had never taken that tour before, but neither had anybody else that was part of our leadership program. And what the men and women of the Palm Coast Fire Department do to be prepared to help any one of us at any given moment when a 911 call comes in is very impressive. And I just wanted to thank Chief Berryhill for helping business leaders understand what it takes to keep this community safe. And I would encourage others, residents, to reach out to the fire department and learn more about what's going on there. I was just really, really impressed. Parks and Sport Complex. So usually I like to wait until I hear your conversation to comment. I'm not sure how long I'll be able to stick around today, but I'm looking forward to this good conversation. The Chamber and the city have been working together for well over a year, maybe 2 years, to talk about the future of parks and recreation in our community. Obviously, it's been a part of your strategic action plan. We need to make sure, and Mr. Mayor, you've got your eye on the ball, that responsible growth and development, as we grow, we need to make sure that the parks and recreation and open space opportunities in Palm Coast and Flagler County grow as well. So I'm really excited about hearing what the presentation and conversation will be today. Also, cell phone towers. I just wanted to say thank you. I don't know if anybody's mentioned it, but I've certainly noticed that there, first of all, a couple months ago, the city staff came forward and said, hey, let's co-locate multiple providers on one tower. Well, then that happened, and I have Verizon, so now when I go through Palm Coast Parkway and Belterre, that intersection, it's not the death zone of no cell phone signal. So progress is being made. We've been one of the biggest critics about seeing progress in that area, so I just wanted to come up here and say thank you for the positive conversation there. As far as the comment about alternative sites, you know as well as I do that we've been having this conversation for multiple years here in Palm Coast. Last thing, Mr. Mayor, the Healthcare Roundtable, most residents don't know about it. Go on the city's website and read about the Healthcare Roundtable that happened late last week. Thank you to the city of Palm Coast. We had education leaders, healthcare leaders, all talking about how to make the future of this economy friendly to healthcare because we need it with our population. So thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Is there anyone else in the audience that would like to make a public comment at this time? Yes, ma'am.
Good morning. Thank you for the time. My name's Terry Ventrelli. I'm from Seminole Woods, 5 Seagull Place. I'm here for a topic that's been discussed recently a lot about flooding, ponding in my property. My home was actually, I'm unusual now, I'm a new home having problems with ponding. My home was built in 2017 next door to a family member whose home was there since 2005. When the home was under construction, we noticed a considerable disparity between the height of the existing home, which was much higher than the height of my home. This is probably a good way to see, if you're able to see from that far, existing home 2005, mine while under construction, about a foot difference in height. My brother-in-law in my behalf, went to the building department a number of times and discussed concerns over the fact that their home was higher and the water would be coming onto our property if it was left like this. Well, we did good. The first year we did fine. However, the second year, the same builder who built my home built an identical home next to me, so now I have new construction to the right of me. That was in 2018. Well, in 2018, we started having ponding, where the ponding was mostly on just my property, but by 2019, the ponding included my neighbor's property. My neighbor happens to be a wounded warrior who is a veteran and is residing at 7 Seagull Place. So now we had the ponding on both properties. So it was in one area. I reported this in 2020 to the city. Mr. Kevin Howell came out And first, he suggested that the problem was because we put in a shed. Trying to see if I have a picture of the shed. I do. Yeah, we're just getting a little tail end of the shed. But he claimed that possibly when we brought the shed in on the side of the house, it caused a problem with the pitch of the land. However, I told him that because my family was next door, we actually brought it across an open space that they have, but a vacant lot, across their backyard to our backyard, and it did not in any way impact where the flooding was. Then he said to me, no worries, because your house is too high, you're not going to get water inside. Well, this year, we got water inside due to new construction that happened to us at 58 Sea Trail. 56 Sea Trail is currently being constructed, and that's even higher than my brother-in-law and sister's property. I had someone come out to my property, they quoted me $7,500 to fix my drainage problem. I had a second quote done, I'm still waiting for that price point, but when he looked at both lots, he said they're both going to drain onto my property. We need to figure out a better way to get drainage so that my property isn't the only one in the neighborhood getting water.
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you.
Make sure, if you would, that if you'll fill out a comment card with that information for us, that'd be helpful. Thank you. Are there any other members of the public that would like to address me or City Council at this time? Seeing no one come forward, I will close public comment. Any response to public comment at this time? Staff has the contact information for every commenter that spoke this morning, and they will follow up with the appropriate, correct and detailed information. But if you have a comment, go ahead.
Absolutely. And I just feel like this is a justification for staff as well. As far as classifying Old Kings as not having any attention paid to it for many years, that's simply just untrue. And the staff has worked incredibly diligently to be able to break up the entire Old Kings widening project into different phases so that it gets approved by FDOT. It's very unlikely that they would have approved a huge $100 million phased improvement. But this year, through our state funding, we did receive almost $18.5 million for phase 2 of Old Kings widening. So I just wanted to kind of break that discrepancy and the fact that we are moving forward. It's just a slow pace, and that's the reason it's been broken up into phases, because we heavily rely on FDOT for that type of funding.
Thank you for that. Other City Council members?
I have nothing at the moment.
Councilwoman Montieri.
All of my comments, I think most of the comments today reference items on our agenda, so I'll hold off. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that they will tie to items that flow in the rest of the agenda, so thank you with that. So with that, I would move forward to our presentations. And was there a request from staff to change the order of presentations, or are we going to move with the presentations in the order that are on the agenda?
Just to the reference of City Council members this morning, that we do have items that maybe would benefit the members of the public on your agenda, like the infill update.
Right.
That's one of those that maybe could be a benefit to the public earlier than what it's said in the agenda.
So let me just ask City Council members, because I need a consensus, because there are members of the public that have addressed issues that are going to be discussed for later in the agenda. Would you consider moving that particular agenda item up earlier in the agenda? Is that?
Sure. Would you also consider moving the sports complex
Well, let's do
feasibility?
one at a time.
Okay.
I'm fine with it.
With moving it? Okay.
I am fine with it. I do have to step out at 10 minutes after 10, so I'm hoping that if it's only for 10, 15 minutes. So I'm okay with it, but I would ask that if I need to step out, I do have some questions for staff. I
Yes.
just don't want to miss that opportunity.
Okay, so we'll make sure that you get that opportunity. Okay, so you're good with that. And then you had a second item?
Yes, I just see some representation from the sports leagues in the audience, and I'm also interested in moving item number 3, the sports complex feasibility study up.
Move it from 3 to what? To
You want to do 2?
To 3
Do
to
I hear
2?
2? Do I hear 2? We have 1?
Okay.
I second too.
Are you, do we have consensus on that?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay. Does the clerk have the change in the order? Okay, so we'll move forward, sorry, staff, with the order that City Council has just agreed. So we'll start with the stormwater piece and then go directly to the sports study piece, okay?
For the public, what is the original agenda item of this?
So,
5.
you have it here? Yeah.
5.
All right, Mr. Cody, when you're ready.
Okay. Good morning, Council. Carl Cody, Director of Stormwater Engineering, and we have Lynn Stevens, our Deputy Director of Stormwater Engineering today. We'll speak to you and give you an update on what's occurred regarding the stormwater infill lot update. So the following is an update regarding infill lot drainage and the finished floor elevation in new home construction. The city has made it a top priority to listen, understand, examine, and discuss these issues associated with construction on vacant, privately owned lots next to existing homes. Some of the issues include stormwater being retained in current homeowners' back and side yards, and/or issues associated with new construction, block swales, debris, private property damage. The original ITT master plan community consisted of roughly 47,500 lots, and there are still, I think, a little under 10,000 vacant lots currently left to be built on. The topography of the city, was designed by ITT, is very flat. The stormwater system typically has, an 1.25 inch drop from one side of the lot to the other side of a typical 80-foot wide lot. So it's very flat, very slow drainage, and the intent of that was to have the stormwater percolate into the ground and recharge the aquifer and all the benefits and treat the water and whatnot. So there was some purpose to having it designed that way. Just some history, there was no lot grading reviews prior to the city building department being created in 2004. And in 2005, the stormwater department was incorporated into the city. It was previously Palm Coast Community Service Corporation. They merged and became part of the city organization at that time. In 2004, stormwater reviews were placed on new home permits and reviewed and approved by city staff. Currently, the city reviews the builder's drainage plan, which shows how water will be conveyed off the property and into the city stormwater system. And then after construction, a final property survey verifying the ground elevations at 20-foot intervals to show water is moving into the city system. This final signed and sealed survey is performed by a licensed surveyor and reviewed by staff. Staff performs a visual inspection, however, they do not perform any survey work. So just some background information. So just to kind of go through some of the steps that we've taken, over with this item. This is just as of, 5 weeks ago, I think, was when, we heard the outcry from citizens that came to council on this particular issue, and staff put together a task force, and we started really delving into some of these issues and working with citizens, and did some steps, and I just wanted to touch upon those today. We reviewed and proposed changes to the technical manual. This was already an underway task of the entire technical manual. We were working on paver driveways, we were working on other things. This was just one of those items that was in that manual that was already under review and update, but we moved that to the top of the list and really dug into that and identified what we could do to make changes to that manual to address some of these concerns. It included adding a requirement of a maximum finished floor elevation in relation to adjacent properties. This was first created in 2005. The technical manual came into adoption, and it identified some guidance for minimum requirements for those construction activities. Updates have been underway for many months prior to the current issue of these infill lots concerns. We are proposing some changes to the manual, which would be to maintain the minimum of 12 inches over the crown of the road as a minimum, but sets a maximum of 22 inches and no more than 10 inches differential than the adjacent home next to it, unless there are extenuating circumstances and approved by a licensed engineer. The front property line to be established at the edge of the road, not the crown of the road. This reduces the start point of the grading along the property by, it could be up to 6 to 8 inches depending on the road profile specific on that particular area. So this has helped reduce some elevations of those new homes as well, or will. We provide a draft to the Home Builders Association and distribute it to stakeholders to comment or raise concerns on some of the proposed changes. We are coordinating an update meeting to review those comments with them here to identify any modifications or, feedback regarding these proposed changes. In our Palm Coast Connect case, we developed a specific category for these infill lot drainage issues. This started November 5th. There are currently 83 cases. We've been out to 21 of those cases. And the one thing we found so far of those cases we've evaluated, the maximum differential has been 16 inches from one home to the next has been the worst case in that review up to this point. We created a workflow procedure to address these infill lot concerns, and we're going to discuss that in these upcoming slides. We developed an infill lot task force to discuss and develop strategies to address these issues, looking at policies, procedures, those technical manuals, the way we do business here, and some of those standards and technical documents. This task force is made up of professionals from various city departments. Creating a task force is to address issues is not a unique strategy to the city. We do this on various topics, like we're doing it currently with our comp plan group. We got different parts of the comp plan group. We put together different teams and task force to work on those portions of that comp plan update. So I'm going to turn it over to Lynn to kind of give you an update on some of the things we take, the next steps here.
Good morning.
Morning.
So the workflow procedure that we've developed is to, first of all, once we receive the Palm Coast Connect case, we're going to review that complaint. We're going to make contact with the resident and establish a site visit. We have established an automatic response to the resident, letting them know that we've received the complaint, the case, and that we'll be responding back to them and making one-on-one site visits to the location. Once we get to the site visit, we spend some time with the resident, we review what the issues are, what their complaints are, how long it's been happening, how long does the water stay behind. We have a host of questions that we ask to gather information from the resident themselves to fully understand the issues. From there, we'll go back and look at some of the drainage plans, survey information. Some of it is very difficult to obtain when some of the properties were built in the 80s and 90s. It takes us a lot more time to find some of that information. And we also look at the surrounding lots when we're doing our research. So we're not just looking at that one piece of property. We're looking at all of it all the way around the property. We're also looking at how the drainage system is operating in that neighborhood. And then, but due to the high volume of routine work orders that we have, and we're currently doing over 100 routine work orders now that are just routine inspections for new construction. So our staff are quite busy, so we have not gotten to as many of these cases as we would like to do the site visits, but we are working diligently on that and setting time aside each week so that we can spend a day just doing these types of cases.
Lynn, may I stop you for just one moment? What are we defining as routine visits? You said that staff is busy with over 100 routine inspections.
Yes, ma'am.
How is that defined?
So they do seawall inspections, they do new construction, they do driveways, they do swales, they do culverts.
Inspections with permits.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Sorry.
No, that's okay. I just want to
Should've
make sure I
clarified that.
understand. Thank you.
Yeah. So again, we're setting aside specific time frames during the week so that we can get to those inspections and those site visits. Also, on certain occasions, we will send out our own city surveyors just to verify some elevations or obtain some more elevations on a property where we're not sure that that information is true and correct. We'll go out and double check. We do not do that on every single case because our surveyors also have quite a heavy workload. We do rely on survey information from licensed surveyors. So when the builder brings forward a drainage plan or a final drainage survey, site survey, we do rely on that licensed surveyor. While performing the site visit and research, we look again at how the overall system, stormwater system functions in the area and information on the homes both beside the home under construction and behind the home under construction. Some of the identified issues that we have found so far is a lot of the new older homes are built to drain onto the vacant lots. This was by design with ITT. Also, we've seen that a lot of natural ground compaction has occurred over time. You figure some of these houses are 20, 30 years old. There's been a lot of changes in the residents' elevations as well from what was originally built. Some of the existing homes are now retaining their own stormwater that used to run off to the vacant lots and now is retained on their own properties. So again, some of the homeowner modifications that we've seen where they're clearing some natural areas that were previously natural in the back end of the property, they're clearing those out. We also see a lot of trees that have removed, some decomposing vegetation, which is causing subsidence or compaction in the ground. When a tree is removed, it takes years for those roots and trunk to decompose. Eventually what happens is as they decompose, the ground compacts and winds up changing some of the elevations of the background. Resodding, when people add new sod, especially if they're putting St. Augustine sod over an area that used to have bahia, St. Augustine sod tends to get very, very thick and very high. That can also change some of the elevations. We also have seen a change in road elevations from one block to another. So you may have the crown of the road on one road that is a foot higher than the road behind it, which changes the back elevations of those properties where the two properties would meet. Out of the 83 cases that we had as of the end of the day yesterday, 14 of those cases were built between 1980 and 1989. 25 of those homes were built between 1990 and 1999. 22 were built between 2000 and 2003. And 22 homes are, we have cases from homes since 2003 when the city began reviewing the lot grading plans. We talk about how tree decomposition is an issue. There's also another issue of as trees mature. If you've ever seen some of the oak trees in our area, as they grow, what happens? They wind up with a big mound around the trunk of the tree. That also changes the flow of the water patterns through properties. There's also some trees out there where the roots are actually above grade, so they'll start to raise out of the ground 2-3 inches. That will also impact water flow across the property. Another area that identified issue that we found is the groundwater table. We have a lot of areas where the groundwater table is literally inches below the surface. So that also impacts how water flows, where water flows, and how quickly it moves from the residents' homes.
So, just wanted to touch base on some of our current requirements, and then we'll go through some of those proposed changes that we mentioned earlier. So as discussed earlier, the new technical manual proposes to maintain the required 12 inches over the crown of the road as a minimum, but sets a maximum of 22 inches and no more than 10-inch differential than the adjacent home. It sounds like a high maximum, but some of the areas of the city are much naturally higher than the crown of the road. And to comply with building code requirements and for the drainage to work, that 22 inches is really what is required based on our current setbacks or typical setbacks of a home from the road and the mandates of that building code requirement. The front property line to be established at the edge of the road, not the crown of the road. This, again, as I indicated, has dropped some of the finished floor elevation 6 to 8 inches. We provided a draft to the HBA to distribute to builders and subcontractors, to discuss that meeting coming up. The lots that, currently, just to hit the bullet points in the slide, the finished floor elevation must be a minimum of 12 inches above the crown of the road. That's our minimum. We currently say, there's no maximum currently in our technical manual, but there sort of is a maximum because for the grading to work on the property to get to the front of the lot, there is a limitation on what that can be to meet our maximum 4-to-1 slope. So we do have...
Carl, if I could just interrupt, I just want to make sure I understand this.
Yes.
You're saying there is no maximum.
Currently, there is no maximum.
There's no maximum.
But there is, because we have a limitation on our grading of a 4-to-1 slope. So the grading from the side of the house to the swale and conveyance system can only be a 4-to-1 slope. So if you had a house 3 feet higher and you only get 7.5 feet, you can't get down to grade in that 7.5 feet in a 3-foot raise. But we did set a maximum. We are proposing to set a maximum,
Okay, go
just
ahead.
so people don't have to do the math and engineering to determine what that is. And we did put a differential between adjacent homes. So we are fine-tuning that in there and making it very specific of, here's your limitations. You know, there are going to be some special cases, obviously, if you're in a floodplain or
Right.
other certain conditions. There's some roads where all the homes are 3 feet above the road. You know, so there's going to be some limitations, but for the most part, that will be the standard. Lots that don't back up to a canal or ditch must grade so the water moves from the back of the lot to the front. And that's just the way the ITC system was designed. Swales along the road, they went down to a ditch, went to a canal. That's how the entire ITT master plan community was set up. So that remains the same, you know, unless you obviously have a ditch or canal behind you. We do allow you to drain into that other stormwater conveyance. The front property line next to the swale must be the same elevation as the crown of the road, and that's where we were looking at dropping it down to match the edge of pavement rather than the crown of the road, which has helped in reducing the.
And how far would that drop?
It depends on the profile of the road, because not all the roads are the same, but we have looked at a couple that have come in, and we've gotten almost 6 to 8 inches drop just by making that particular change. The grade must be, and then the grade must be 4 inches below the finished floor for block homes and 6 inches below for wood structures. And this is a Florida Building Code requirement. So that's just, you know, where your starting point is for your top of grade. You know, that's your starting elevation. Then just to continue, the grade must drop a minimum of 6 inches from the first 10 feet from the house. That's another Florida Building Code requirement. So as you grade away from the home, the building code is very, you know, cautious about not having those homes flood. So they want that grade to drop off pretty quickly away from that home. And then from there, I think it's a 2% slope. We have a maximum 4-to-1 slope from there. And then when we get in a permit, you know, the survey demonstrates the stormwater is retained and conveyed on that property, you know, to the city stormwater system.
So when we talk about the next steps and where we go from here, our next steps are to, first of all, finalize our technical manual revisions and incorporate those maximums and set those guidelines for builders, designers, and inspectors. We're also looking at legal review regarding property rights and responsibilities, and we've been working with our legal department on that. We're also talking with insurance companies for their input to see what type of information they may be able to help provide us in resolving this situation. We're also developing an informational pamphlet that'll go out to builders and developers and designers and surveyors, and the pamphlet will also be available to the public. It's going to provide information on what can cause water to pool in the yards and what the homeowners can do to prevent it and what the builders and designers need to look for as well. We're also setting stakeholder meetings. We're distributing these technical manual revisions, proposed revisions, to our stakeholders. We're going to meet with various builders, contractors, surveyors, and other interested parties so that we can discuss issues of what we're proposing and get some feedback from them. We certainly don't want to put something into our guidelines and impose something that's not constructible. So that's one of the reasons that we want to talk to the surveyors, we want to talk to the builders and see exactly what is constructible. We don't want to wind up with constraints that just are not reasonable.
If I may, let me just start off real quick, and everybody will have a fair shot at questions. We have, according to your information, 60-plus addresses that have not yet been visited. Now, I'm very sensitive that when we create or establish a new priority, which is exactly what's happening here now, the highest level priority I think that we can set, it is going to impact the current budget. There's just, the budgets are conservative, and when we put a new priority in, it's going to change it. So my question to staff is going to be, in the spirit of the priority, what would be needed and what would you need City Council to agree to get the balance of those homes visited so we have a complete data set to work from? That's sort of the first step for me, because we are less than halfway through the visitations.
So, Mayor, you referenced budget, and our budget obviously includes staff resources, which are set. So what we have done is pivoted some of our priorities to focus on this. Now, I would also like to reflect on the pace of our inspections. And the reason I want to just take a moment and talk about that is that we also need to have the residents involved, right? So it's really important that we work with their schedule, are able to visit with them, hear from them, and make the time for them. So listening to the residents is part of the priority, and that just takes some time and coordination. So we're trying to do that balance right now of pace and demand on the workflow, but we have shifted some work that has benefited this process.
All right, that's...
Yeah, and I guess, just to add on to that, in our budget, we had the Citizen Resource Outreach Coordinator position that was added, and that person just started this Monday, and this is one of the top items that we put on her list to assist on coordinating with those citizens, setting up these meetings, making contact, trying to gather some of this information. So we're hoping that that is going to help speed up some of this process here and have much better coordination with the public.
Right,
That was an already budgeted position, correct?
That was an already budgeted position, but it just got filled. They just started Monday.
So I'm clear with my statement. So time is of the essence. So I would expect you to go to city manager with whatever requests you deem are essential to complete this data collection as quickly as possible. So with that, I'll open up for questions. I'm sorry, City Manager, did you want to comment on that?
I did, just really quickly, just to sum it up. I participate in the task force meeting, so top leadership is getting updates on this, but I do appreciate that, Mayor. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Vice Mayor, please.
So I'm glad our task force is focused on amending whatever codes, building codes, or whatever you need to do to address this problem for the future. It's a good thing, and I'm glad to see that we're moving as fast as we possibly can. And I realize it's a tedious process, so it's going to take a little time, and I ask for people to be patient. However, today, I really want to get a consensus from this council for something different, to provide some help, and I'm talking financial help, to those folks in our community that have been directly and adversely affected by this problem. I'm suggesting that we give direction to our staff, our city manager, to come back to us with a process with very defined guidelines and requirements so we can maybe begin alleviating some of the burden that people in our city are facing. I mean, keep in mind, the citizens I'm seeking help for did not create this problem. They, unfortunately, are victims of this problem. I have no doubt that everyone on this council is open to any and all suggestions on how we can provide some help to those in need. My thoughts are that we will probably have to set aside money, and I don't know how much at this point yet, but we need to set aside some money to begin assisting these people. Perhaps there are state funds we can tap into, maybe Fed funds. I don't know. I'm not an expert on this, but if any builder perhaps has violated Florida law, then maybe we will have to pursue a remedy from that builder, too. Again, I'm not an expert, not a lawyer, not a builder. I'm just tossing out some suggestions to this council, hoping that we can find some way to help our neighbors. I mean, it's great that we're moving forward to prevent this, but we can't leave these people behind. I don't know the answers to this, but the one thing I do know is we need to help those who have been hurt. It's the right thing to do. So I want to open this up for a little discussion on what type of direction we can give staff and our city managers to move forward. So I'd like to hear what everyone thinks about this, because I can't imagine anyone would be opposed to helping these folks.
Well, hold on, hold that thought for a second. Councilwoman Pontieri, I know you've got a time. Do you want to try to get your questions in?
No, I mean, I don't want to minimize what Vice Mayor just said, and I'm happy to respond to that, and if I have to ask my questions later, I can do so. So I don't want to disrupt the flow.
Okay.
After his comments. If you'd like me to respond to that suggestion, I can, or wait.
Well, I figured everybody should take a shot, and then we'll deal with everybody, because they may reinforce each other. So,
Sure.
Councilman, actually, let me, if we're going to go into the chain here, the only caveat I would add right now, which I know has to be a part of the discussion, and I'll rely on council for this part of it, is I need to make sure that whatever decision-making we do, we err on the right side of our right side of the law. In other words, our legal liabilities, that we are obviously protecting all of the residents of the city of Palm Coast, that we don't make a decision that would be called out legally to the liability of residents. So we have to talk it through, but.
Right, and again, this is just a very broad sort of
Understood.
painting at this point.
Yep.
But I'm counting on staff to take this, to take the guidance we give, and come back with those definitions, those requirements, those, not everyone who has water in their backyard is going to get help from us, obviously, but those folks that have been directly affected, that's how we have to narrow this down, I think, and see what we can do to provide some relief.
And that's kind of why we started out with the collection of the data set. I'll feel more comfortable once I know. What I'm hoping is that the collection of data will offer us some number of buckets, because we already realize that every homeowner, every lot has some specific or different details that describe it. I am hoping that we will find some similar patterns that we can address. Groups of lots would be ideal, as opposed to having to address every single one. But as you know, stormwater is a very complicated formulation, which, as Carl had pointed out before, I mean, there's some arithmetic involved. It's not complicated arithmetic, but you can't defy the arithmetic. And the arithmetic will be somewhat different for every single property.
Well, and that each property is very unique. Yeah. But I think if we come up with some requirements, some definitions, some, period of time, everything, to where then if we have a homeowner who comes forward and it's obvious that their property's been damaged through no fault of their own, they need immediate assistance. Maybe we have some requirements like, first you got to fix it and then bring us the bill, whatever we work out. We also need some sort of mechanism in place, and maybe it's a citizens committee of some sort. I don't know. I just want to get the ball rolling on this, because we're moving into the future to fix the problem, but we cannot leave those behind with a problem. And that's kind of what I want to have it's a workshop. I think it's a good place to begin this conversation.
Councilwoman, do you want to comment on this item now, or help me with your schedule? So I don't want to.
Yeah, no, I've got
your
6
opportunity
minutes.
to be
I'm
heard.
watching it like a hawk. So my immediate response, Vice Mayor, to your suggestion is that I think we need to continue on in this fact-gathering phase. There's still so much that we don't know about specific properties. One of the things that caught my eye in the presentation was, and thank you for putting this together, I know it's on short notice, so thank you to you all for doing this. One of the things that was stated in here is that the lots were designed by ITT to drain onto vacant lots.
No, I don't think that was properly worded. That they were meant to drain to the front, because the swales at the front of the lot, that's where the stormwater from those lots were meant to drain. However, when a lot of these older homes were constructed, the builder drained onto privately owned land rather than to the swale. Or over time, due to homeowner lack of maintenance or removal of trees or modifications to the lot or whatnot, that has caused some impediments to have water retained on their property. Or when that vacant lot gets built on, they can no longer drain onto private property, so they're withholding their own stormwater. We haven't found many cases yet where the new home is draining onto the existing home. It's the existing home is retaining their own water because now it has no place to go.
So, because one of the slides says two things, older homes built to drain onto vacant lots.
That's what we've been finding. We've gone to some homes where from the house to the back of the lot, it dropped 6 inches or more because it was draining to the lot behind them. And now that lot's built on, so they have 6 inches of water or more in the back of the yard because their water can't be conveyed to the front of the lot like is originally planned or indicated of how the drainage should work on a home's drainage design. It should be brought to the front of the home to the swale.
So that's my point, right? So we've got a clear dichotomy of properties where it seems like the inherent design did not have longevity to it. It's not tenable, because once you start to build around a property, if it was originally designed to drain on a vacant lot.
Well, it may not have been. We don't know.
But that's my point,
Right.
right? So we still have more information to gather. So this is literally your definition of a case-by-case basis. So I'm not adverse to looking at funding mechanisms to help certain homeowners who by design are having these issues. But I want to tread very lightly as to what we open ourselves up to as a city, because we have 102,000 residents in the city of Palm Coast, and they all pay taxes. So we are stewards of every single one of those tax dollars. So we have to be very careful how we look at each one of these properties. And so I'm a very big proponent right now. I know it's taking time of being very diligent about this fact-gathering process. So I think that's got to be priority number one. And quite frankly, I would like to see it displace some of these routine permit inspections. I understand that we have timelines and we have levels of service that we want to maintain when it comes to other inspections, but inspecting a poor driveway to me is less important than inspecting an infill lot a lot that's being flooded because an infill lot got built on. So I think we need to really reconsider our priorities. The other thing that I'm mostly concerned about is the timeline with regards to when we plan on making these changes to the technical manual. And I understand that now I'm looking at the letter that was sent to HBA that had the proposed changes to the technical manual. It looks like it was dated November 17th. That was almost a month ago. And I understand with the holidays and everything that's probably not it's not a slow timeline, but if we are really going to show our residents that this is a priority, and I think that it is, we need to escalate this and make sure it continues to expedite. I understand we have a meeting coming up. Do we have a date for this meeting yet?
No, we do not. We've been in contact with HBA. We've even offered to have multiple meetings in order to get the stakeholders into the room.
Okay, well, I would suggest we just give them some dates, and if they want to be present, they can be present. Because we need to look out for our residents, and HBA is a very small portion of that. They're important because they're obviously a very large portion of this decision-making in this community, but there are currently homes being built with the current regulations. So if we, as a city, have recognized that those regulations can be improved, I say we work to improve those as soon as possible. My last point is, I know that this is a statewide issue, so I do, for the public's benefit, want to just point out that the state of Florida has actually released legislation that I think that will be enacted in 2024, addressing these very issues. So the state of Florida has incurred a great amount of growth, a great amount of development in a very short period of time, and it's my understanding that they have, at a state level, enacted new legislation that will affect what we're doing here. And I believe the city, or the county of St. John's, has come out with a technical manual that we're looking at for guidance as well. Is that correct?
Yes, we're looking at other municipalities and county guidance materials and regulations, yes.
Okay, so this isn't just a Palm Coast issue. This is something that's being experienced around the state. So use the resources, make sure we're congruent with the state of Florida's new regulations, and let's put the pedal to the metal on this and get it moving as quickly as possible so that we can stop the bleeding and then do the data gathering process that we need to do for the existing properties.
Councilman
I
Clifford.
concur. I think the highest priority as well is to make sure that we make all of our citizens that have reached out to us, make sure that we have touch base with them to make sure that they understand this process. I think it's a very comprehensive plan moving forward, but like my colleagues have said, I think the individuals who are being impacted by this currently are highest priority. Putting I shouldn't say stop, but adjusting our regulations to prevent this from the future, I think is something that, what I kind of heard as well, and I want to hear from my colleagues, the grading necessarily is something that not everybody understands. You're not allowed to put a house 20 feet up if it's only 5 feet off of the road, right? I think some of that is a miscommunication where a lot of the commentary that we have all heard is you can put a house, you can build a castle as high as you want. That's not necessarily true, but I think this clarifies that without having to do the math. It makes it very, very apparent, and it also basically is a solution that a lot of our community wants. They want to have a hard number that this house can be no higher than X number of inches than the house next to us. And although that kind of already existed, this kind of solidifies that, and I think that's big. I just want to make sure that we reach out to the rest of the 60 individuals to make sure that they know that they are being, heard, and that we're going to take our time, be diligent, but get to them. And I think you guys are moving forward at a great pace, and I understand that there's a multitude of different issues for each property, and that this is literally the definition by a case-by-case basis. But I think that you're moving forward in the correct manner. I think the changes we're making are a direct result of the communication that we've had and the advice of not only our audience, but all the citizens, and we've taken that and we've generated something that should fulfill their goals as well as ours. So thank you.
So I'm going to look to council next. Now, council, I'm only going to ask you to summarize some of the higher level legal points that we need to be sure that we understand as we follow up our discussion here. I don't want to go down a path that's going to lead us to something that would expose the city to a liability that our residents would, we have a fiduciary responsibility. I want to make sure we maintain that at all times.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. A couple things. Number one, as far as inspections go for building permits, we have a shot clock, a statutory shot clock for getting reviews on those. So I would not suggest that we make any city staff shifts that would result in extension of periods of time for the shot clock requirements under the statute. That's first. Second, you have certain statutory timeframes within which to issue building permits and get reviews done and stuff like that. I just don't want any staff shifting to potentially violate. I know we're talking about a number of different inspections that you guys do across the board, so I just would want to make sure that nothing gets tripped, as far as timing-wise with the shift in staff. Number two, as far as providing some sort of assistance, I think the city council needs to keep in mind that you can only expend public funds to help the general public. Public funds cannot be used for private gain. So that really has to be a threshold question when considering what type of assistance you're going to provide to property owners that may be experiencing issues. A lot that, one person is experiencing issues, and setting up some type of program to only fund fixing that lot would not rise the level of being of a public benefit for the rest of the public. So you would really need to look in formulating any type of assistance or grant program or something, you would really need to look at the foundational requirements for providing public funds to private parties. That's first, as far as a program like that. As far as, Mayor, I don't know what else you want me to go into as far as potential liability and different actions involved in case the city, generally the city's review of building permits and inspections are discretionary actions of the city, so they're immune. They have the benefit of sovereign immunity as being a discretionary function.
So I know there was some talk about that at our previous meetings and whether we'd be liable for something like that in our review of these plans, and the answer is generally no, we wouldn't. As far as, flooding occurring on lots and whether or not, the city's responsibility in that, and again, as Councilmember Pontieri put it, this is a very much case-by-case basis. And so it would really depend on, the only time I could really see there being any potential liability just from on a general level is if our stormwater, our portion of the system, the city's portion of the system was, constructed incorrectly, or we got it blocked and didn't do the maintenance to fix it and we knew about it or something like that. It would be in that situation, but not for systems that are located strictly on private property. That's only as it pertains to the city
So
system itself.
in terms of our discussion and thinking process, if we are looking at the improvement of neighborhood systems, in my mind, that begins to rise to the level of the public welfare. If we identify the fact that there's a neighborhood for a variety of reasons, water table, soil quality, the ditch, canal, swale issue, all those things that might make that neighborhood eligible for the investment of public funds.
Sure.
So
Yeah.
we have to be thinking in terms of a scope. Okay.
And you have to understand that your neighborhoods are all different.
Sure,
Right? We have these
absolutely.
infill lots, we have new neighborhoods where their stormwater system is supported by a CDD. As you've, approved, sometimes CDDs have powers to do that, and they don't transfer over to the city. So it's very much on a case-by-case basis.
No doubt, this is a very complex
Absolutely.
situation. And that's why I brought this up, to have this discussion today, to give some direction to staff to begin moving forward and thinking down the road on what we can do for those folks, that have been affected. And again, we're moving forward on what to do to prevent this in the future. And obviously, it's a statewide problem, and there may be state funds available, there may be federal funds, we don't know. But I think what we do know is we need to start thinking along those lines, put together some sort of outline and plan, and then as we move forward, and I advise people to please be patient, and if you do have a serious flooding problem on your property, you've got to protect your property. If you can afford to protect your property, do that first. Save your receipts, but take care of your property if you can. And I know we have some folks out there that can't afford to do this. And my concern is for them too, because we are a community and we do have a responsibility to each and every one of our citizens. And I want them to know that we care. So I would like to know if we have some sort of consensus where we can ask staff to begin thinking along these lines and start formulating.
So obviously, the projection, the sharing of the compassion that City Council feels by making this literally staff's number one priority. City Council has made that very clear. I think by consensus, we all are in agreement. The only thing I would ask is, and I hate to go back to the data thing, but again, to stay on the right side of the law, I'm hoping that the data, if we can accelerate the collection of the data, will provide us, and I'll use the word buckets because I can't think of a better term right now, will provide us, raise it up to a neighborhood level. We will be able to invest in the improvement of the neighborhood as a whole, which would in turn help those individuals that you're referring to. That's kind of where I'm thinking right now, and I think we've made staff aware that we need to know this. I don't think I can ask them for what day it's going to be available.
Not what we're saying.
However, it's going to be a top item priority at every single meeting going forward. And I would also ask that each of city council members make this a part of your discussion with city manager each and every week. In other words, we don't let go of this one stays at the highest level of priority that we can all bring it to.
I just want to ask our city manager if you have enough guidance here from this conversation to move forward in some direction on this.
Well, I have to say, Councilmember Pontieri is not at the dais, but what I've heard today is that we're on the right track, but we need it quicker, accelerate our workflow process. We'll be coming back to City Council with updates. I heard weekly to brief City Council directly from my office on any updates available. Work on these categories or buckets to make sure that, you know, we're treating it on a case-by-case basis, but there may be a unique circumstance that we need to assist. But right now, with the legal direction that we received today, we can look at grants. I mean, we have numerous successes with grants to speak to our legislative appropriations, very successful, and we appreciate Tallahassee listening to us and hearing us. So there are existing grants for like repetitive loss properties where water has gone into a structure repetitive times. So there's grants out there, but I don't think I received the direction to start evaluating a city-based grant.
The direction I'd like to give and get a consensus on is that, yes, we have the task force focused on the future. Can we branch off and start focusing on the people that are behind? That's what I'm asking for, is us to move forward and find out what the issues are,
Right.
what the problems are, what the requirements would be, so on and so forth.
Right. I think while the analysis is going on, while staff's conducting the analysis of each and every lot to kind of understand, okay, these lots go in, have this issue, these go here, here's the effect. Is it a general effect? Is it a per lot effect? That data, as we've talked about, is very important. But I think at the same time, there's no issue with, you know, asking around to other communities that were pre-platted subdivisions that were done back in, you know, way back when, and seeing if they have had this problem and if they offer any grant or subsidies to people or how they fixed it. I think that would probably be, you know, that's a good basis, whether, you know, right now it's just, as you said, such a big problem. So I don't think there's any thing preventing staff from going out there and kind of looking around to other communities and saying, hey, what have you guys, have you provided assistance to indigent residents? Have you done this? You know, what have you done? And then we can look at legally, let me see your ordinances, let me see, you know, what you base that on. Then, you know, kind of that information gathering can be done. Is with that kind of what you were looking for?
And again, what I'm basically asking for is sort of a, you know, a two-front attack on this problem. Again, we're ahead, we're getting ahead now on moving forward, but we have to remember the other front, which is those folks behind. And if we could get that consensus to give that direction, so you folks know where we're at, I think that's what I'm looking for here.
Councilwoman Pontieri, so we're just getting a summary. The Vice Mayor asked the city manager, are you clear on the direction that City Council is giving to you today? There was a brief summary, and the answer is yes, and Vice Mayor is kind of wanting simultaneously, so he's kind of breaking it up in two groups, if you will. One would be those that are, well, say it one more time.
Well, it doesn't even need to be two groups
Okay.
at this moment, but just two ways of thinking.
Right.
We're thinking ahead, and we're also looking at those left behind. At some point, I think we may have to do something, involve citizens, form some sort of citizen committee of such. I don't know how we do it. Perhaps each council person selects two people. I don't know. I'm just tossing things out.
But certainly the data would come first in advance of this.
Right,
okay.
absolutely. But I just want us thinking further down the road for those folks who have been harmed. Whether the builder caused it, nature caused it, we caused it, doesn't matter. It's been done, and they need help.
And Councilman Pontieri, and I had the head nods, which I'm assuming is consensus, that we have elevated this as high a priority as City Council has the ability to do from the dais today. And I think staff acknowledges that is the direction that we're giving today.
Sure. I mean, I'm looking at this, to your point, Vice Mayor, as a three-prong approach and maybe to help with direction as well. I'm looking at this as a fact-gathering exercise as far as what staff is doing with the task force. Expediting amendments to our technical manual so that we can stop the bleeding like we've talked about, or at least mitigate what we can. And then looking at funding mechanisms. So, can we use CBDG in the future? Are there other grants out there? And I'd be remiss if I didn't do a plug for what we stated was a priority in looking at a dedicated grant writer, because this is exactly the type of thing that a dedicated grant writer for the city could look into as well.
Okay, very good. Councilman, any, City Manager, you have direction, I assume staff, you good? Any questions for us before we move forward? Okay, because I think just in conclusion, another part of the problem in order for us to demonstrate the compassion to those folks that are affected, but this is not a problem that goes away. I mean, quite frankly, this is a problem that probably only gets worse as we go forward in years. So we have a lot of catch up to do with, planning that may have seemed ideal at the time, but now, 50 years later, it's 50 years later, we're finding holes that we certainly need to plug or shore up at this time. So very good. All right, so I thank you for your presentation, and we will look forward to this being on each agenda moving forward. Next item, we did move up the sports complex presentation, so thank you for that.
Yes, thank you, Mayor and City Council. Lauren Johnston, Assistant City Manager, and I'm here with Evan Eloff from Sports Facilities Companies. City Council, if you recall, during your strategic action plan process in 2022, you set a priority in motion for city staff to investigate the findings on a regional sports complex as an attraction to further our expansion into economic development. So we brought to you on October 18th a contract with Sports Facilities Companies to conduct a feasibility study, and they are here to present the findings to you.
Good morning. Thank you very much. Evan Eloff. I'm a partner with Sports Facilities Companies. I led our team as the principal in charge for this project through what I'm about to present to you today. There's a lot of information to cover, right? We've been engaged for close to 14 months now, and I know it's also a loaded agenda. So as I go through this, I will be fairly quick with my presentation. If you'd like to pause me at any point, please feel free to do so. So lots to cover. Give you a quick introduction to our company, who we are, what we do, and some perspective on how this works kind of now and going forward. Share our scope and our development process. Give you some key facts and information related to the data and market analysis that really starts to form the baseline of the information that we have to review and consider as we make recommendations. Excuse me. And then I'll go into the design of the recommended complex. I'll talk about the economic impact of the complex. I'll summarize briefly the financial performance of the complex, and ultimately wrap up with some highlights and recommended next steps. So just briefly, from a company perspective, Sports Facilities Companies, we are wrapping up our 20th year. We were founded in 2003, and over the last 20 years, we've developed ourselves into the country's leading sports, recreation, and wellness planning, development, and management company. We do this work all over the country. This portion of projects is led by our advisory team, which is what I directly oversee as principal in charge. We also have a development arm and a management arm. Speaking of that management arm, it's a really valuable tool, not only for what we do in facilities and in and for communities, but it's also a very, very valuable piece of data and portion of our analysis because we understand how these actually work. We manage in 26 states across the country. We are, by the end of the year, we'll have 52 facilities, some of them sports tourism focused, some of them local recreation only, and many of them a blend of both. And that is really what we're talking about here when we think about your city, the future growth of your city, and that delicate balance of economic development and economic impact generated through tournaments and events where non-locals are coming in, but also recognizing the exceptional growth of the city and the future plans for this city to continue to grow, and how sports, recreation, and general opportunities to be active should be a vital part of your planning for your future and for your residents. So just to quickly run through the scope, We actually broke this into two phases. The first scope we consider to be market feasibility. This is what we started in October, we wrapped up in January, and then from there, we moved forward into phase two. What this scope allowed us to do is really take a look at the market factors, your local population, regional population, several key factors from a demographic and socioeconomic standpoint, as well as participation rates, existing facilities, local and regional programs, competitive events, competing sports tourism focused facilities, and go through the entire process to ultimately wrap phase one with a preliminary recommendation for the facility or facilities that would make the most sense to evaluate in a phase two. Phase two is where we go from market feasibility into financial feasibility. That's where we get into the detailed opinion of cost, the financial forecast, and how the facility can operate, how the management should be structured, all of the expenses related to marketing and insurance and everything else that comes with owning and operating a complex. And ultimately, cascading off of that is the economic impact. And that is really from a regional sports complex, that's the goal. Generate new visitation with people who would not be in market, but for tournaments and events that are held at the facility. They spend the night in hotels, they eat in restaurants, they shop, they are entertained while they're here, and that creates new money into the market economy and also spurs new businesses and supports existing businesses. So ultimately, when you think about those two phases, the market feasibility and the financial feasibility, those are the first two stops along this path that we've created. We call this concept to concrete. It's a little bit of a Candyland map. Maybe not my favorite thing that we've produced, but it tells the story. It's a 9-step process. Steps 1 through 3 are really about planning. Steps 4, 5, and 6 are about design and construction. And then steps 7, 8, and 9 get you into pre-development operations, grand opening, and ultimately ongoing operations, optimization, and performance. So again, what this study was really focused on was market feasibility, financial feasibility, and then it starts to toe the line into project implementation with a conceptual design and a test fit for what is right now an unidentified site, but we have had some preliminary conversations about where sites may be viable for a complex like this. And as I will share at the end in the next steps, that'll really be the next focus. Go into project implementation, develop partnerships, identify funding sources. Those partnerships may be operational. They may also be funding, along with funding from the city, and going from there. So as we move into the process, I want to be very brief here as I talk about some of the market factors and data and really just how we get to ultimately the recommendations. So we think about this as, to oversimplify, sort of a funnel. We load the biggest rocks in first, and then we find out what other factors need to be considered. And once we've gone through that evaluative strategy, we integrate our insights and perspectives as actual operators and facility planners, and that's when we make our recommendations. So we start with goals, we layer in data, then we layer in our experience, and ultimately get to our results. So I do want to take a moment here and talk about the definitions of success, because this is really what we facilitated with your staff and the project team to define what the intended outcomes of the project are. And so 4 rose to the top. One of those is to simply, as you would expect, capitalize on the growth in sports tourism, which has been a major focus across the country for several years because it is especially youth and amateurs tourism, has proven to be recession resistant. It, in a lot of ways, led the rebound of travel coming out of the pandemic in 2021, and has certainly demonstrated here in the state of Florida, across the Southeast, really across the country, it is a very valuable, if done correctly, driver of economic development and economic impact in communities. But as I mentioned before, the third piece there is to counterbalance, right? To recognize that from a quality of life and a placemaking and a general health and to improve social conditions and safety conditions, sports, recreation, and activity should be part of what you're considering, and certainly that fits into master planning efforts that this community is taking on. And so that third point is very important. Dedicating space and time and ensuring that a facility that is built is not closed on weekdays when there's no tournaments or weekends when there are no tournaments, but it's open and it provides service and opportunity for people to be active and participate in local sports. Some of those will be new activities that aren't currently offered. Some of those will be put on in conjunction with people in the room here. I've seen flag football, Little League, soccer's in the room. I'm sure I'm missing some others. I was only looking at the back of heads, but I recognize several folks. And ultimately, the fourth point is also important. We need something that is operationally sustainable. How can we develop a business model that can pay for its own expenses? And I'll talk about that when we go through this process. So just to highlight quickly, not the details of the market data, but some of the information from the market, we look at drive times. We understand, actually I thought the number was 98,000, but I just heard 102,000 residents here in the city. Now, speaking, I guess, to your growth, but we look at drive times. And so because there's no site, this is drive time from the center of the city, but the local drive time up to 30 minutes has its own set of key characteristics, and then the sub-regional and regional basis going out to 4 hours, which is really the sort of the most reliable distance that we can draw people from for a weekend tournament, where you've got almost 18 million people within a 4-hour drive time of the city. Creates the balance of how we look at local programming and opportunities for tournaments just from a population basis. And of course, we look at other factors, expected growth, where you're going to outpace most parts of the rest of the state, in fact, most parts of the rest of the country in terms of your future projected growth. We look at median age, median income, how much people currently spend to participate in sports and recreation and wellness activities. Now, just because there are 18 million people within 4 hours doesn't mean that they're all potential participants, right? We have to understand who plays what sport or who participates in what activity. And so this is a summary of some of that. Not surprisingly, because it is a sort of a lifelong sport as compared to some others, basketball is at the top here with 18 million people in the 4-hour drive time. There are almost 1.1 million people who play basketball on a regular basis. Now, again, not all of those people will be potential registrants or participants in the facility, but it starts to hone it down into what sports make the most sense. And then we look for key things for facilities like this that need to be successful. And some of those, actually I would say the 3 most important factors in developing a facility: plan for flexibility, drive as much density as possible, and be differentiated from what your neighbors have. There are a lot of communities pursuing sports tourism. You have a lot of existing complexes throughout the state of Florida that you'll be competing against and trying to draw events from. We have to be cognizant of that. But with the 3 major asset types that provide the biggest opportunity here in this community for flexible use of space, driving as much density as possible, we looked at indoor courts. We actually casted a much wider net. What rose to the top was indoor courts, outdoor rectangular fields or multi-purpose fields, and then outdoor diamonds. And so this sort of just categorizes each of the participation, so the sports, I should say, that fit into those. And so you start to see some differences in terms of the flexibility and the use of indoor courts versus multi-purpose fields versus the diamond fields. And then, of course, we have to look at who else you're competing with, and so we looked in depth at 92 facilities across courts, aquatics, family entertainment centers, which we only look at locally, outdoor diamond field facilities, which actually has the most competing facilities in the marketplace, and then the rectangular or multi-purpose fields as well. Quick list of some of those key facilities that are currently hosting tournaments and events within the 4-hour drive time, and then this is unreadable. That's okay. It is just a list, and in the full study, there's a much broader and deeper list of tournaments and events that we've researched that give us a sense for how many people are playing and how many teams are registering and what time of year these types of activities take place. We look at industry insights, lots of information from the sports tourism industry, and as I mentioned, in 2021, starting to lead the rebound of travel following the pandemic when far fewer people were traveling, a big increase from 2020 to 2021. This report that this information comes from is released biennially, so the 2023 report is not out yet, but all leading indicators say that 2022 showed at least the same travel volume and spending as 2019, and 2023 will have set record highs in the youth and amateur sports tourism industry. We look at events by region, we look at where people are playing and how many events exist, how many sort of make up the set of potential events that could be brought here to Palm Coast. And we layer in all of that information as we get into our process of making recommendations. So facility program and concept design, I'll be brief on the facility program. On the right-hand side is sort of the detailed set of spaces that have been recommended. Left-hand bullets are just summaries. So starting with an indoor facility, 112,000 square feet, that primarily focuses on what you'll see here is basketball courts and volleyball courts. That's what we're naming them. But the reality is these are flat floor, well-lighted, indoor, column-free spaces. And so that means pickleball and cheer and dance and gymnastics events and badminton and all sorts of other sports activities can take place here. We can also cover those floors, and we do regularly, bringing in home and garden shows and consumer shows, because it is a space, right? It is an indoor space, a controlled space, and a very large space with that setup. But we've also added meeting spaces, so conferences and symposiums and seminars can be brought in, and again, those non-sports uses to drive more density and more events throughout the year. Flexible space and total acreage there. Now that's just the footprint of the building at 2.33 acres. We also have to think about outdoor, and outdoor starts with fields, so we've recommended a total of 20 outdoor multi-purpose fields. These were the two assets that rose to the top. That is not to say that there is no opportunity for baseball and softball, but there are fewer participants, there are more competing facilities, and there are fewer opportunities currently in this market to capitalize on diamond fields. So the outdoor fields we recommended, 20 total outdoor fields, 16 of those synthetic, 4 natural grass, and then support buildings, a food truck area to make sure that the guest and visitor experience is as positive as possible. And of course, when you have this many fields and this many courts and the number of people that this can support coming in, you need a lot of parking. So we have recommended surface parking space. Our math works out to just about 2,250 spaces, 114 acres of setbacks and green spaces included, because we don't want this just to be a parking lot with a building and fields. We want it to be a green space that really serves multiple needs here within the community as your community starts to grow. So in total, that's 180 acres, and we've worked with the design partners from 2 different companies, Half and Orcutt Winslow, regular partners of ours. We work with them all the time. And this is sort of a concept design for the facility. Now, there's a lot here, so let me zoom in for you. We'll start with the outdoor fields on the left-hand side because the fields are bifurcated by the indoor building and that sort of central spine where you'll have the food truck and whatnot. But on the left-hand side of this concept design, we've got a total of 10 fields, 6 of the synthetic and all 4 of the natural grass. Sorry, there we are. There they are. Okay, a vehicular loop on the outside so we can have people coming in and limit traffic implications wherever this goes. Obviously, traffic and transportation is a key portion. On the inside of that, we've got a walking trail. That walking trail could be extended and broadened so that that could become a trail that is used for road races as a portion of non-indoor or field-based sports events. Of course, the surface parking, but another key component that I do want to pull out is at the bottom. You see a bunch of parking at the bottom and then number 11 above that. Part of the differentiation factor here, not making this just courts and just fields and a parking lot, is to create a destination. And that destination should have hotels, restaurants, retail, the other things that people need to have access to when they come into the market. Now, this level of restaurant and hotel build out will not support every need here that comes into the complex, and that's a good thing because we want to create compression. We don't only want to serve new businesses, we want people to also go to existing businesses and put people in existing hotels and restaurants and retail. So this does a great job of creating some capacity and differentiating this complex from several others, but it's not going to be something that eliminates the opportunity for your current businesses to thrive as a result of the spending that comes in. Going over to the other side, almost a mirror image. The only real difference here is that rather than having 6 synthetic and 4 natural grass fields, on this side, all 10 are synthetic turf fields. And I'm happy to talk about the value and the reasons for that, but we can save that for Q&A or you can read it in the report. Coming down that central spine, as I mentioned, we'll go top to bottom, a detention pond up top, and then the indoor sports center, which I'll touch base on. We don't want just teams coming in on buses with 2 coaches and staying in hotel rooms, ordering pizza and playing Xbox. We want families coming in. And so as part of this, not only on the indoor side, but also with an iconic playground area, something for little brother or big sister to do while their sibling is playing or participating or watching or whatever it may be. So we want this to be a family-friendly environment that doesn't, again, just get teams and coaches. We want families traveling here, and this will support that. For future expansion, number 4 there, a space for a future championship field. There's not a justification for that level of expense and that level of facility right now, but want to have the option potentially for in the future, whether you get a USL team or whatever else it may be, to have a future expansion space for a field.
So you would just leave space there for now?
That's right, that's right. So with all of that said, we have an opinion of cost. And so the opinion of cost breaks down into a lot of detail that's all been provided in the full report. I'm not going to go through line by line. Instead, I'll just show you there's a lot to it. On the outdoor side, $54.4 million for the outdoor fields, the associated parking, and the placeholders, because there's not a site, so site engineering has not been done, but a placeholder for site development as well. That's a $54.4 million outdoor complex. When we look at the indoor complex, zooming in on what's in the middle there, I mentioned before 8 basketball cross line with 16 volleyball courts. That can also host indoor pickleball events, cheer, dance, gymnastics, all of those other activities that can take place. In this market, from a sports perspective, you should have upwards of 20 or 22, depending, types of events that you may be looking at any time to bring in. So it's not, again, just basketball and volleyball. But to support that space, restrooms, lobby, kitchen, concessions, those kitchen and concessions will not only serve the indoor, but there'll be a primary area to serve for outdoor along and in concert with food trucks in that food truck court that I showed you earlier. So on the indoor side, opinion cost, much less expensive, but also lower volume, so $35.6 million. Let's focus then on what the complex does instead of just what it is. So let's start with economic impact. The first thing we need to understand when addressing economic impact is how much does it cost to visit this market? And so we have event data from thousands of events across the country and markets all over the country. We've developed national economic impact calculators. So this builds off of that. In our assessment for a standard youth and amateur sports event, which will travel with, 2.5 people, 1.5 to 2.5 people in addition to the player, and looking at the categories and the types of events that we've got, what we see is on a per person basis broken down across these 6 categories of lodging, food and beverage, restaurant is food and beverage, transportation, entertainment, retail, and then miscellaneous others. Each person who comes here from more than 90 minutes away will spend on average of about $121 per person per day. That is very much in the middle of the road for what we see on spending in this industry. If you had higher priced hotels, higher priced restaurants that were developed around here, that number may go up. But in today's conditions and with today's market, our assessment is about $121 per person per day. In terms of tournaments, I mentioned basketball and volleyball, but also other indoor court events, and then your multi-purpose field events. In total, in year 1, right out of the gate, there's an opportunity, a conservative opportunity, to host 37 events. Now, those events will grow in and of themselves. Small events will become medium, medium will become large, et cetera, but also we'll add events as you establish your reputation and the experience and you build on what happens in the early years. So by year 5, by year 3, and this is not for convenience sake that there are 52 weekends in a year, but 52 events. That is what the math ended up being. Not all of these will be weekend events. Certainly there will be some non-weekend events, or some non-event weekends, I should say, which also means you will have weekends where you've got indoor tournaments and outdoor tournaments happening at the same time. Because you've got 20 fields in that bifurcation, we might have a soccer tournament on the left-hand side and a flag football tournament on the right-hand side, or whatever else it may be. Again, flexibility of use. So getting up to 52 events, when we break down the visitation numbers that are associated with that event and isolate those people coming from more than 90 minutes away so that they will spend the night, that's 75 up to almost 123,000 room nights generated per year based on these tournaments and events. And when we apply that $121 per person per day to the number of days in market from those non-locals, so again, this is only from people more than 90 minutes away who are here for these tournaments and events, and we aren't extending the events and saying that people are going to extend their stay and stay for an extra 3 or 4 nights. $30 million of economic impact, up to about $50 million of economic impact when we get to the 52 tournaments per year benchmark. There we go. Brief summary of financial performance. This is probably actually the most in-depth portion of what we do. If you look at the full pro forma, you'll see that every single one of these line items has its own backup profit and loss statement with the programs that are run, the prices we recommend, local pricing notes, sales volume, number of times that we can run each activity per year, and so on and so forth on the revenue side. But to summarize it and bring it all to the bottom line, all of those generate an aggregate of $2.5 million in year 1, growing to about $3.9 million in year 5. Now, I want to also draw a distinction here because there's a difference between local play and tournament play. Our goal with this facility is we were planning out how this facility could run, because this is not intended to be a spreadsheet. This is intended to be a strategic document that really sets the stage for how you execute and implement this project. We are trying to drive as much revenue as possible from tournaments and events, and that is one of the reasons we've got not only a food court station, but also secondary food and beverage and restroom buildings throughout the outdoor complex, and we've got a large indoor kitchen. By far the largest individual revenue line item is food and beverage, and that's because on tournaments and events, people are there not for 60 or 90 minutes, they're there for 4 hours, 6 hours, 8 hours or more per day. They need to eat. We don't want them eating all of their meals there. We want them going and visiting restaurants, but even at a small per cap rate, about $3 per day for most activities, there's a huge volume of people here for tournaments and events, so food and beverage becomes a huge portion of that $3.9 million by the time you get to year 5. We also, of course, have to look at variable costs. That's also on the individual business unit P&Ls and your SG&A costs or your overhead expenses, facility expenses, the cost of operating the physical asset itself, operating expenses, the cost of running the business, including insurance and marketing, et cetera. Management payroll, the full-time staff. We consider your part-time staff to be part of the cost of goods sold structure, and then payroll taxes and benefits for part-time and full-time staff. In total, as we get down to it, just to give the numbers in a little bit of a bigger format, total revenue minus cost of goods sold is your gross profit. That's what's left over to cover overhead expenses. It does not cover its overhead expenses in year 1 or year 2 in full, but by year 3, this does produce a small net income. Now, let me also clarify this. That is net operating income. This does not cover debt service if you are borrowing, and it doesn't cover future capital replacement. So this is the operating forecast. That is how, most parks and recreation facilities work, convention centers, libraries, et cetera. This is a publicly owned asset, so that has to be a portion of your next steps in your project implementation, but it is financially self-sustainable in terms of its operational expenses to do this. And so in covering its own operations by years 3, 4, and 5, while also generating about $50 million of economic impact per year, that is sort of the recipe for what we would consider to be, and again, these are conservative numbers, a successful project. So just to talk about the highlights as we've outlined them, number 1, operational self-sustainability is a possibility here, and we do believe that it is quote-unquote bankable, if you will, that is something that this facility can definitely do, given the facility, given the marketplace, given the regional opportunity that
You're
you've got.
saying that's a possibility?
Yeah, sorry, so let me clarify. I started to actually correct myself there. Our projections with confidence on a conservative level is that this facility can and will cover its own operating costs by year 3.
Employees, everything?
Yes, just not debt service and capital improvement, capital replacement budget. But operating costs will be covered by the operations here. Number 2, it does create that balance of creating opportunities and volume and capacity to serve locals while building into number 3, it catalyzes strong economic development through the new visitation and new spending and those room nights that I mentioned, et cetera. This is also a growing community. I mean, about to start celebrating your 25th year, I'm sure, and I saw something over there that you're visioning out for 2050, so you've got huge growth plans. This needs to be part of it. Something needs to be part of it for sports and recreation. This, we believe, is a really good opportunity for you to continue to consider, and it does set the stage for future expansion. It may not be on this site. You may decide that from a compression perspective and a growth of the city perspective, you establish yourself as a sports tourism destination, and then when you go to build more fields, whether those are diamonds or long fields or other assets, those might go in a different part of the community. But in building the reputation and setting the stage for future development, it's one important step. So I mentioned in wrapping up that we have this 9-step concept to concrete process. This covered 1, 2, and started to go into 3. Our recommendation is not to put a shovel in the ground, not to start stroking a check, but to continue with project implementation. Project implementation needs to be about tying in partnerships. Today, these complexes that get built, about 85% of them that we work on have a significant public-private partnership of some sort. And so gone are the days where these are general bond or general obligation bond funded only, or private equity and traditional lending only. The blend of public and private come together, and also public-public. We have a lot of facilities that are city and county. We're getting state dollars for tons of facilities across the country, federal dollars coming in, still being impactful in a number of ways, both ARPA-related and other federal funds. And then landowners and private developers and existing leagues and whatnot. All of those should be brought into the mix as you start to go into project implementation, to initiate partnership development and create a funding structure that you're comfortable with, that works for you, and that reduces and mitigates risk of you just doing a general obligation bond and paying the whole the whole check yourself. So through that process in project implementation, it will become very clear what the timing is and what the partnership opportunities are and what your obligations will be as a city. And that is when you'll start to bridge into the next steps of pre-design, design, construction, commissioning, and then getting into operations, pre-opening and post-opening. So I know that was a lot of information to cover. I talked pretty quickly. Let me open it up for any questions or from a process.
If I could, just to go back to a data point. The number of, I assume we're talking about younger families that would pass through Palm Coast as a result of this initiative is approximately what? I didn't quite see that number.
Yeah, so
the marketing side of this.
Yeah. So we did not include in this, and I don't know it off the top of my head. We have a back-end calculation for total visitation, but the most important number here, I'll get to it, is non-local days in market that you can see. These are the visitors. These are not the locals. This is not counting someone who comes in every Tuesday for 8 weeks for a recreational league. This is just tournament event volume. 250,000 people in the first year, up to over 400,000 people in year 3 through 5. Now, those are not individuals. Those are people spending multiple days in the market. So if my family of 4 comes in for 3 days, that counts for 12 on that assessment. So these are days in market, not individual families or individuals. If that information would be helpful to you, we can extract it and send it to you as an
I'm just looking at the potential for that significant population to get the experience of Palm Coast and perhaps even consider relocating to our marketplace in the future as we talk more and more about the trend of the demographics for the future. So I was just trying to find that data point. But let me ask City Council members, this study is the result of our strategic action plan request. So this is that first step where the study comes back to us. So general comments at this point?
It's overwhelming, to say the least. I'm trying to remember the initial sort of concept of this. Are we going a little bit further? Are we growing this from where we started, or are we on the same page? Because that was a while ago.
So this is the framework from your strategic action plan back in 2022, where it was a catalyst for the westward expansion. And so we were asked to say, does this work for Palm Coast? And clearly the study does show that. So our, direction from City Council to staff would be, do you want to consider furthering this opportunity, find those partners,
Sure.
Et cetera? How do we make this, to Evan's point, from concept to concrete? How do we make it
So
a
we have a
reality?
lot more work to do to get there. is
There
what
are
you're
some
saying.
next steps that
And I
we would
think
need
that's
direction
fine.
on.
Yeah, excellent presentation. Let's see if we can get those partners. Obviously, we have to find money to do this. And if we can actually make some money while doing this too, not just for us, but for businesses in our community, and that's good growth. So, thank you.
Vice Mayor, to your point also, and one thing, I'm not going to ask you to go through it now, but when this comes back to us again, you might want to give us an update on the current use, overuse, or lack of inventory that the city currently is suffering from. I know there are folks here today thinking about that as well. So I think it's important that the public understand that already by fact, this is not fiction or projection, by fact, we're already way behind in our ability to service, this amenity area, not even including the marketing aspect of how we, present ourselves for the future.
So thank you for the presentation, a lot of information. I want to offer you a water. I mean, I feel like you talk so quickly. So I try not to make you talk too much, but I do have some questions. Well, let me just state first for my colleagues where my head's at is this is necessary. I think this will achieve so many goals for our city, the most of which I've been a really big proponent of, which is being more attractive to our young families, providing more jobs, and diversifying our tax base. And this really accomplishes all of those things. So I'm excited about it. The economic impact dollars that you did show, those don't include passive dollars, right? So the
Correct.
monies that are earned off of this income that's then spent back in the community, have we done an analysis on what that looks like?
No, so let me clarify for anyone in the audience or anyone it would be helpful for. We use a calculation for direct spending only. Direct spending is the first dollar out, is the first dollar in a transaction. So if I come to lunch here, I spend $20, that's all I count, the $20. Now, part of that $20 goes to the staff, it goes to local food service providers, et cetera, and that goes towards their income. And they live here, so it gets recycled in the community. That's indirect or induced spending. We did not include indirect or induced spending. We also didn't include, as part of the contract, we can do both of these, but we didn't include construction period economic impact. That's a one-time impact. It expires. People come in. They may stay here for 3 or 4 or 5 days during the week and then go back to their homes if they're coming, part of the construction crew from out of town. There are impacts there, and there are certainly job implications as well. Job implications not only for the staff that's in the facility, but also when you bring $50 million of new spending, in most states, and I don't know what the current number that the state of Florida uses, but somewhere around $120,000 to $130,000 of spend in tourism supports a job in the community. And so when you break that down, you start to talk about 200 plus jobs that would be generated or supported within the community in hotels and restaurants. And so there are a lot of factors of economic impact. This purely focuses on direct spending from people who would not be here but for the tournaments and events and the projections.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. And I'm particularly interested in this helping us kind of get over a hump of what I think is going to be a downward turn in the housing market. So I think this is something that is economic or recession proof. So this could be a good kind of, I guess, compensation for when the housing market does start to go down. But the timeline I'm concerned about. So this concept to concrete, the 3-year mark, when did that start, or has it not started yet? What are we looking at timeline-wise? And I ask that question specifically because we have an immediate need for fields, inventory, things like that. So I don't want us to say, oh, well, we're now going to do this, and so we don't need to worry about the rest. I want to see what this can do in relation to what we already have working.
Yeah, thanks for pointing that out. On the concept of concrete Candyland map, it shows a 3-year time frame. That's a general time frame. That's sort of the average time frame for projects like this. That starts last October. Now, granted, we've actually expanded the time frame a little bit. Normally, we are done in with our studies a little bit sooner and presenting a little bit sooner than we progressed here. So it may not be just, and actually, as you can see, that's about typically a 20-week process for us. It may take longer, and frankly, candidly, the biggest accordion with all of this is getting funds together. That can take, fastest we've ever done this, from market feasibility to cutting the ribbon on a new facility, is about 16 months, which is hyper warp speed. We've also had projects we've been working on for 8 and 10 years, so there are a lot of variables there. Typically, from this point, if you decide to go forward with project implementation, not knowing your schedules and how you might handle your portion of funding and referendum or anything else that may come into play, or voter approval, I would plan on it being a 12 to 18 month time frame to get the partnerships in place and get the funding structure in place. And then this is probably about a 2-year design and build project if you were to do both indoor and outdoor. So to your point, there is a future-facing timeline, and you've got needs now. Now, does that mean that you start with serving your locals with a plan to then build out an adjacent property or the rest of the property and just get some more fields or get some assets that will serve today's most pressing needs and then grow from there? I can't answer that for you, but certainly it's not uncommon with a project like this because of the timeline and, frankly, because of the expense. It's $90+ million, which is not anything to sneeze at, I would say.
Okay, thank you. And my last kind of group of questions focuses on the choice of sports. So I agree with everything that you stated with regards to the needs that are pretty obvious for us. What I'm curious about, though, is when we look at the 92 competing facilities that are on page 94 of the packet here, the aquatic center there's less than 5. And I don't know, I can't remember what you said, what distance this was within. Why are we not including an aquatic center if that seems to be where the lowest competition is?
A couple of factors there. I'll go with probably the most obvious first, and one of the definitions of success was an operationally self-sustainable model, and pools lose money. Competition pools especially, because they are a minimum of 25 meter by 25 yard in our standard competition pool recommendation. There are not a lot of competition pools, and in fact, if you've seen the news, well, it's been going on for 2 decades now that every 5 years about 1,600 pools close across the country because they are so expensive to maintain and operate. You're heating or cooling water, you're treating water all the time. Anytime it's open, you've got multiple lifeguards. So they are very expensive assets. So that's point number one. Point number two is there are simply not nearly as many people traveling for aquatics as there are when you look at these multi-purpose spaces when you can pull all of those sports that I started to rattle off earlier. Really, you're looking at swimming and diving in a pool in the same way that BMX tracks have a singular use or whatever it may be. So from a competition perspective, those are the first two, and then the final piece is it's really expensive to build. Today, our indoor dry facilities cost an average of, depending on the project and the location, between $275 and $325 per square foot. You can go somewhere between 2x and 3x when you build a pool. So that is not, by the way, that is not to diminish the importance of pools. Aquatics and water safety, especially in this community, should be part of the conversation. Is that a competition pool, or is that a portion of an indoor building that forms itself into a recreation center and a sports tourism, sports and events center in combination? All of these things are the right questions to ask. We didn't recommend competition aquatics for those reasons.
Okay, and what about track and field? Because it seems to me with the design that you've done, especially with there's 4 natural turf fields here, that's prime for all of the other sports that come with track and field, other than just running, hurdles, things like that. You know, you got your pole vault, you got your long jump, things like that that need natural grass. Why not implement a few track and field sites as well, being that we already seem to have the real estate, and it doesn't seem to, it's not going to take up too much more room, right, to add these things, so why not add those as well?
Yeah, good point. Not to say that it couldn't be added. 2 compounding factors there. One, a track actually limits the size of the field. If you go to a high school and you have a 400-meter track, you'll notice that on the soccer field, when they're using it for soccer, they're not using it for full-width soccer, and sometimes they're going a little bit shorter because it is a tighter footprint than to have a regulation track. The other factor is we want to look at what are truly new and unique type of assets, and most high schools have outdoor tracks, and the volume of people traveling for track and field is much, much, much smaller than it is for traditional team sports or bat and ball sports, or however you might categorize them for yourself. So with that component, I'm not saying that that couldn't be an asset. There is not a huge demand for track and field tournaments and events, and if you were to build a complex like this, you are creating a de facto sports commission, right? Because you're looking at all of these different sports and activities, and a sports commission should be in charge of identifying additional opportunities within the market and how can you use your existing resources. So it may be the case that you could use some existing facilities or partner at a college and university level for outdoor track and field. But certainly through the implementation process, if that becomes something that motivates funding or partnership and identifies some additional opportunities, it is very common to go from feasibility and concept design to something that looks a little bit different and maybe expand or contract a little bit different as you get into the actual design work.
Yeah, I'm particularly curious as to what that would look like as far as implementation, cost and ROI, because the state of Florida produces some of the best track and field athletes, Olympians, that we've seen, particularly from UF. And I'm a Knight, so I'm not doing a plug for UF or anything, but I think we might be missing out here by excluding that, especially since we're starting from the ground up. So I would like to see what that looks like. My last question is this facility intended to be accessible for our handicapped community? I would like to see us be able to run Special Olympics and things like that out of this facility as well. So will this have those capabilities as well?
Yes, so we didn't specifically call this out or quote-unquote design in the concept design that this is a Paralympic capable facility, but the lots of facilities are, and they're not major changes, right? When you have wheelchair basketball, as an example, you've got cantilevered wheelchairs, and so you need a little bit wider door frames, but most of the time you don't need wider hallways, and so that little change and some additional storage areas, we've got flexible meeting rooms here and team rooms that can be used for standard wheelchair storage when folks are on their competitive wheelchairs, if that was the activity. So it is capable of serving that need. We didn't call it out specifically for that, but there is a lot of information and also grants available for Paralympic activities.
Yeah, so just for staff's benefit, I would like to see what both of those implementations would look like, adding the ability for tracking field events and then also adding the ability to hold Special Olympics and other accessible events as well.
Sure.
Thank you again, appreciate it.
Appreciate it.
Okay. Comment?
Sure, absolutely. First of all, thank you very much for the presentation. I think this is super exciting. I think there is no doubt that this is where we need to go for Palm Coast and for Flagler County and our greater area. This is the next step forward. We have 100,000 people in our community. I think this is the time when we start to look at a major sports facility like this. I liked a lot of the comments that I heard from my colleagues. I do have an aversion to bonding the entire thing, obviously. Yeah. And I think the debt servicing would be wild, but I think that we have an opportunity for a public-private partnership that could really allow this to happen. Some of my questions revolve around the usage of the facility. For instance, the choice for having the artificial turf field, are artificial turf fields more resilient during weather events and more quickly recoverable to a usable state compared to the natural fields? Is that part of the decision-making that goes into this?
Yeah. Synthetic turf fields can host as much as 3 times the number of activities that natural grass can because of no resting periods. They drain at 16 to 18 inches per hour, so even if it's raining, if there's no lighting, some events still go on. But as soon as it's done raining, certainly people are back on the fields. If a natural grass field gets soggy on a Tuesday and you play it on a Wednesday, you may have just eliminated playability on the weekend tournament or whatever it may be. So several factors there, but yes, they're more resilient. They are more expensive to build, much less expensive to operate. And then at the 8 to 10 year mark when their useful life is over, you have to replace about 60% of the turf. The substructure drainage you don't have to replace, but there are real long-term replacement costs that need to be considered as you continue through the implementation process.
Excellent. And I view this facility as something that will also unlock our local community's ability to host leagues and things that are currently maxed out. We have a lot of facilities that we're basically running at capacity. One of my questions would be, there were no diamond fields included in this presentation. Now, would something like this, where we're expanding for the usability of other sports for a flag football event or a soccer league, would we start to talk about as a council or a recommendation from staff, starting to convert additional fields from the Indian Trail Sports Complex into baseball fields potentially? Because I know we have expanded in the past, but just want to make sure that the diamond field sports are also taken care of. But I view this as a way to be able to do that by directing traffic away from the Indian Trail Sports Complex to this facility and then potentially expanding diamond fields in that location. Is that something that we have thought of?
Yes, it has been looked at. We still have 2 more multi-purpose fields at Indian Trails that could go through that adjustment. So it would just be as part of that analysis that we conduct.
And I also think that this extends beyond just athletics. Like you were saying, we don't actually have a space like this for a lot of the things in our community. The FPC auditorium is pretty much, where we have these big events. This is something that I think will allow our community to host the level of events that I think come with a city of 100,000 people. We have these bigger sized events that we don't really have a home for right now, and it sounds like this facility could potentially serve that as well. I appreciate the very in-depth report, and going through it is critical, but I think that this satisfies a lot of the needs for a community our size, especially since we all go to these local league events, the ribbon cuttings and the first pitches and the first throws and things like this, where it's maxed out right now. And if we as a community can't see that, then we're not looking forward to the future generations' availability to live and thrive in Palm Coast. If we don't do it, someone else will. To our north and south, it's only a matter of time. And having a facility like this, I believe, also strongly directs where our initiatives and where our motives are going for westward expansion. I think that's critical as well. So thank you.
So, Councilman, to your point, and I think you've all alluded to it, so, and I know that you're very well aware of this. I just want to make it clear to the public that's kind of hearing this sort of for the first time, that you're not coming forward with this presentation out of a vacuum. I think our public, our community, should be well aware of the fact that regionally, this area has been identified by the global community as where the next great sports, youth sports, and semi-pro up to the pro level sports destination should be. The Orlando area is just about taxed out, as is Jacksonville, and as you all know, we're equidistant between the two. So what you're coming to us with is something that a good part of the rest of the world already knows. And I think we are parlaying the interest in our local area And your comment about the regional impact, I think, is incredibly important and fits a lot of our other initiatives. So what I would ask city council members is, do we have a consensus to move, which I guess would be to the potential financing step on your Candyland chart?
Yeah, let me clarify, and I'm sorry I didn't do this earlier. We can participate in any future steps. Our engagement was for feasibility, and so your decision, how you decide to proceed, if you do that internally, if you would like to go out to RFP, if you'd like to talk to us about our next services, we'd be happy to talk about them. We are not here advocating for taking the next step with us.
So your work is done with today's presentation?
For this
So let me
engagement.
go to staff.
Well-
Staff, what kind of direction are you looking for from today's city council?
Just consensus that you're wanting us to move forward with finding those public-private partnerships, financing next steps, et cetera. Ms. Pontieri, I did take your notes about track and field, and also Special Olympics, but we just need kind of that consensus to keep
So
moving
do I
this
have
project
a
forward.
consensus to move to, I think we're all agreed with that, so staff, go ahead and come back to us. When are you thinking you'd be back to us again? Just kind of,
Well, we hope to be back to you at the first of the year, maybe sometime in the spring, definitely as part of your strategic action plan process.
love to kick off the new year with the next conversation about this, and thank you for your presentation. If you become a partner in this in the future, great, that's, you'll all decide that, but kicking off with this initiative early in the year for conversation would be wonderful, so I thank you both.
Thank you.
Thank you all, appreciate it.
So with that, we'll move to our next presentation, which I believe is actually number 1, and I appreciate your patience. Is a resolution which, Council, I guess you're going to read in for me?
Sure. This is a resolution regarding affordable housing incentives report, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Palm Coast, Florida, approving the annual Affordable Housing Incentives Report 2023 for the State Housing Initiatives Partnership SHIP Act, Section 420.907 Florida statutes through Section 420.9079 Florida statutes and Rule Chapter 67-37 of the Florida Administrative Code, providing for severability, providing for conflicts, providing for implementing actions, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Mr. Papa, go ahead and begin, if you will.
Good morning, Mayor and members of City Council. This item is going to be a presentation from our Housing Program Manager for the Flagler County SHIP program. This is a report that's completed every year by AHAC, the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee, and Ms. Devery Pardowski, who is the Housing Program Manager for Flagler County, is here to provide you with recommendations in the presentation.
Good morning. My name is Devery Paradowski, and what I will be presenting is the results of an annual report of recommendations that the joint City of Palm Coast Flagler County Affordable Housing Advisory Committee has provided. So just quickly, I'll let you know that the reason we have this committee, it's because it is statutorily required committee. It's alternately appointed by the City Council in Flagler County, and it's required because we receive funds from the state, the SHIP funds. So Flagler County receives its own allocation, and so does the City of Palm Coast. The county administers those funds, but the committee is a joint committee. And then we'll go into the recommendations that they made. So these recommendations were adopted via a majority vote at a public hearing on November 14th. The first recommendation that the committee made to both the City of Palm Coast and to Flagler County was to develop a pre-application checklist for developers, informing them of available affordable housing incentives. And so the committee had provided a form that they received from the City of St. Petersburg, and on the screen you can see sort of a snapshot of that form. So they were specifically hoping that both the City of Palm Coast and Flagler County would use this form to develop a pre-application checklist for developers. The second recommendation that the committee adopted or made on the 14th was to develop and implement an impact statement form when requesting any changes to policies, procedures, ordinances, regulations, or plan provisions that increase the cost of housing. As recipients of SHIP funds, I just wanted to let you know that it is a statutory requirement that there is some sort of process to consider those costs. And so the committee wanted to, they recommended an impact statement form, and they provided specifically an example from the city of St. Petersburg. You can see on the screen. It's asking for the cost, the increased cost. So if there are building requirements or like additional trees, landscaping requirements, or anything like that, they may increase the cost to build a house. They want that to be considered. So the third recommendation that the committee made was to develop a process by which any of these policies, procedures, ordinances, regulations, or plan provisions being considered would be brought before the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee. So in the city of Palm Coast, I will, on a side note, there is a community development block grant, so there's a citizens advisory task force, but the challenge is getting anything that's going through to the city back to our committee. So they wanted to develop that process to make sure that those provisions can be brought to that committee. So the fourth recommendation they made was specifically for the county, and that was to update the purchasing manual to include SHIP provisions. And then the last recommendation that they made was for the county administrator and the Palm Coast city manager or their designees to attend the first quarter AHAC meeting following the adoption of the committee's recommendations. So it's December now. Preferably during the February meeting, whereby the administrator and manager or their designees would present the implementation plan to the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee. So they would like to know what's the plan going forward, if there are different departments or divisions. And this is particularly crucial for creating that bridge for the city of Palm Coast to Flagler County. So the committee meetings are held monthly on the fourth Tuesday of the month at 3 p.m. at the Emergency Operations Center, and they're open to the public. And that's...
Yes. And this last slide is basically just a response to the recommendations that the committee has provided. Just to let you know that we are working with county staff to a response to those recommendations, which would include, of course, the coordination on strategy to implement those recommendations, ranging from developing that checklist that the committee would like, and also how to present a process by which we can review those policies and ordinances that might increase the cost of housing, and how we communicate that to the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee. So the objective of that coordination is just to provide consistency in the information provided regarding the incentives and the process for reviewing those impacts, so that we're looking, essentially county staff, city staff would be looking at the same thing in terms of what does this policy change really mean to the cost of housing, and how do we involve, again, the last part of that's that involving the AHAC, the Advisory Committee, more during the development of that policy. And I believe that concludes our presentation.
It does.
Okay, well, help me, Jose, what are you asking the city council to give you today or to comment on? Or just informational?
This was, there is a resolution to this because, again, it's to be part of an annual report that the AHAC will provide to Florida Housing Finance. Is that?
Yes, we'll provide this report to Florida Housing Finance Corporation, but whatever recommendations are accepted, we'll move forward with those. Staff will move forward.
My only issue is our liaison for this committee is not available today, so I would think it would be...
Well, Mayor, it'll come back to you for approval at, when is it scheduled, December 19th?
The next business meeting, yes.
Right, on the consent agenda?
Yes, ma'am.
But they're asking us for comments today, right?
Yeah, and I think if you want, then Ms. Bevan can speak to Councilmember Hyder. And when she comes back for the next meeting, let her know it's on consent, but if she wants to review or had any comments, she can contact Jose.
Yeah, I would appreciate that. I mean, I'm a former chair of this committee, and I kind of have a feel for how it works historically. So I'm not suggesting that there's anything I don't agree with, but I would feel more comfortable if we had everybody in place being able to comment on it entirely.
Yes, sir.
Without causing a delay. That's my request is not going to cause a delay. Is that correct?
No, if we proceed in the manner I suggested, I don't think it will.
No? My purpose is not to cause a delay. That's what I'm saying.
No, I don't foresee it to cause a delay, Mayor,
Okay.
with your direction of coordinating with the council member.
Okay. Very good. Everybody okay with that?
Everything seemed to be in line as far as I was concerned, but I understand wanting to wait for the Mrs. Hyder. Ms. Hyder.
Very good. Okay then. All right. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We move to our next item, which I guess is now number 2, still a resolution again, if Council, if you'd read that in for us.
Of course, this is a resolution regarding the Community Development Block Grant Consolidated Annual Performance and Evaluation Report for fiscal year 2022-2023. A resolution of the City Council of the City of Palm Coast, Florida, approving the Community Development Block Grant Program for FFY 2022, fiscal year 2022-2023 Consolidated Annual Performance and Evaluation Report, authorizing the city manager or designee to execute the necessary documents, providing for severability, providing for conflicts, providing for implementing actions, and providing for an effective date.
Okay, Mr. Papa, you're on again.
Sure, thank you again. Good morning again. And this presentation is basically to provide you with a summary of the activities and accomplishments completed with the use of the Community Development Block Grant for the past fiscal year. And so again, this is a requirement by federal regulations that we submit this annual report. And this will cover the period from October 1st of last year to September 30th of 2023. And the purpose of that annual report is just to describe the activities that we have undertaken during this time period using CDBG funds. And this report provides an update on city's progress in implementing the programs and activities within the annual action plan, which you approve typically during the summer months leading up to the October 1st deadline for submittal of that action plan. So consistent with previous years, our CDBG funds are typically used for the following activities: housing rehabilitation, first-time homebuyer assistance program, public service, youth activities, typically that's our summer camp program provided by Recreation and the Parks Department. Within this report, we do have public service grants that was allocated to 2 nonprofits within the city. And that's from a special allocation that was provided back in 2020. That was through the CARES Act that was passed during the height of the COVID-19 pandemic. The 5th activity that we have here is the planning administration of the program. And that includes the day-to-day management of the housing activities, writing scopes of work for work to be done on a home, having a consultant go out there to make sure the work's being completed and all that. This also includes staff time, your ads for public meetings, and public outreach. So in the past year, we completed 5 homes. We've now undertaken the next round of homes. So we now have 12 units under some sort of review for the next round of the housing rehabilitation program. The expenditures in the past year is about $276,000. Under the first-time home buyer program, we were able to assist 3 homeowners in purchasing a home. The allocation for those 3 homes was about $60,000. And again, this is typically down payment assistance. For public service, our summer camp, there were 85 students assisted in financially to attend that camp. That was for a total of $45,260. And as I mentioned before, there was that special allocation in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. And those are allocated for public service activities for two nonprofits, the Family Life Center and Flagler Cares. For Family Life Center, of course, they provide assistance for domestic violence victims, and that would include emergency and relocation services. For Flagler Cares, they're able to provide emergency rent and utility assistance and behavioral health assistance for their clients through the use of the special allocation that we received. Overall, those two nonprofits were able to help 260 individuals and households for a sum of $278,000. And finally, for general administration and monitoring of the CDBG program, again, this includes the housing activities monitoring, which is the bulk of where this monitoring goes, in addition to staff time, ads for public meetings and public outreach, and that's a total of about $77,518. So in the past year, we expended $737,682.82 of CDBG funds to accomplish those tasks and activities which are listed on this page. We held, the Citizens Advisory Task Force held a public hearing on the annual report on November 16, 2023, and they recommend that the City Council approve the CDBG annual report as presented. This annual report was also made available for public comment from November 17th to December 1st. We're here at a public workshop. You're not required to have a public hearing on this. You can go on your consent agenda for December 19th, which would allow us to meet our deadline to HUD for submittal of this report by December 29th, which is 90 days after the start of the new fiscal year. And I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Do you have any questions for Mr. Papa on this item?
I have none. Thank you.
I don't have a question with regard specifically to the report, but what I did notice in some of the supporting documentation is the mechanism for training as far as skills, education, things like that for maybe not only recipients of these funds, but others in the community who could use this type of assistance. And when it comes to workforce training or education, I think that those are really important to help people get on their feet and stay there. So have we, and I know I asked this question last year as well, are we focused on marketing or assisting in that way as well, rather than just giving money out, helping people learn a trade, learn a skill, get some education, specifically single moms coming from domestic abuse, violence, things like that?
It's something that we can certainly look at. It's just that I believe that some of the other requirements that would be considered more of an economic development activity. And there are some specific parameters or metrics that have to be met with an economic development activity. And if we can review it with our consultant, I only know what I know when it comes to the program. It can be a discussion that can be had if it's feasible or if it's an efficient use of the funds. Again, we've found there's some instances where you might spend $40,000 to create a job, of your allocation here. And we do have very limited, comparatively limited funding is what we get. $500,000 at the most on most years, compared to larger municipalities who are able to implement a job training program per se, because their allocation allows it to go much further in terms of engagement with.
Your point is really well taken, and let me just add to that that a little bit outside of the program, but with the participants in the program, there are one or more forums or symposiums offered every year which are designed to educate folks that could utilize or take advantage of these programs. I know the Realtor Association has been involved with that. Can you comment? It might just help a little bit, because maybe those programs could be expanded to help educate, because I think that's an incredibly important component to reinforce the idea.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if we could work with some of our other partners in the community, whether that be the hospital, Flagler Technical College, and use some of these funds, dedicate some of these funds in the future to technical training. I mean, you know, people don't need to go to college. Matter of fact, I think that's where we're lacking in the job force, or probably even positions that don't require a four-year degree. So I'm wondering if there's some use of these funds rather than, again, just handing out money, teaching people a trade or a skill. And I think based on the supporting documentation, these funds can be utilized for that. So I'm just wondering if we're not taking advantage of that use.
I don't know, under the housing umbrella, I think Tallahassee has this kind of geared towards housing. What I was suggesting was more folks become involved in how you actually buy, finance, and maintain a home. In other words, that kind of education and training as opposed to specific job training. I mean, I guess it's not something that I'm familiar with. But I would ask, if I may, while you're looking at that, I see that the first item on your prior slide list was rehabilitation. So I don't know if that's an area that we can look back on our prior discussion today in terms of homes or properties that need the rehabilitation. I don't know the answer to that. It's something we should explore.
That was one of the things I asked of staff, if CBDG, and to Vice
Right.
Mayor's point, could be used for these. But I do want to respond, because maybe I'm just reading it incorrectly, Mayor, so I do want to understand, and Mr. Papa, if you can help me with this. There's a chart, and at the top it's listed CR 58-Section 3. It says identify the number of individuals assisted and the types of assistance provided. And it specifically says direct on-the-job training, including apprenticeships, indirect training such as arranging for, contacting for, or paying tuition for off-site training, technical assistance for workers to complete, for jobs, resume assistance, coaching, things like that. So that's where that idea was kind of spurred from.
Okay.
So I just want to know if we aren't, again, if we're not taking advantage of this kind of diverse use of these funds.
Again, so that's another type of activity that you could certainly use CDBG funds on. Again, whether it will be an efficient use of the funds or whether it's, I guess I should say feasible so that it's cost effective, I guess is one way to look at it. And I just don't know the answer to that. We can look into that, and maybe that, when the discussion, every year you approved an annual action plan. We will present to you the activities that we propose to use the CDBG funds on. And I don't think that was me, but
If it's just something we can look into
Yes,
for
ma'am.
next year's plan, that would be great. That's
Certainly.
what I'm looking for. Yeah.
yes, and again, the public involvement during the creation of that action plan will allow us to have that discussion with our advisory board and maybe eventually provide you with a summary of whether it's a potential activity we can add. And, you know, of course, for that, it's a zero-sum game, right? So we can certainly work on that in the next.
Thank you, Mr. Papa.
Okay.
Thank you for the presentation. I'm also interested in what Councilwoman Pontieri was speaking to, but the rehab program is also bigger than, I don't want to classify it as just giving away money. There are clawback mechanisms in place, but also the rehabilitation program is a benefit to the surrounding neighborhood as well, right? I mean, if the broken window syndrome, where you've one house with a broken window leads to a bunch of houses with a broken window, again, we're kind of limited with the amount of funds we have, and I would just be interested in the kind of, what mechanism would you use to like measure the success of those type of programs, just so that we could have some feasibility on whether or not they're actually working. I totally think that's a reasonable idea, especially individuals who are taking advantage of this program are probably in the same pool of people who are looking for job development and things like that. I think we could do both. What if we taught them how to fix their house, and then we gave them the funds to fix it, and then they have a skill and the money? I don't, kind of a joke, but yeah, I think that this is a great program, but also it's more impactful to just that individual home and the rehabilitation program. But yeah, if there's anything like that along the lines of job development and future career path development and things like that, I'm curious about how much those type of things cost and whether it be group funded or things along those lines. But yeah, interested. And again, thank you for, this is 7 years now of hard work, so thank you for everything you do, Jose.
Very good. Are you looking for, in need of any additional comments, Mr. Papa?
No, sir. The report's factual. It is what it is, but it will be on your agenda for December 19th approval.
And just for the public's information, the number of dollars that are generated through the formulation in Tallahassee is based strictly on population, is it?
HUD uses, it's certainly population-based, but there's also other factors in there, such as your poverty rate and your number of low, moderate income persons.
Because it's
within, yes.
not by anyone's design here, but it's remarkably low for the level of need and assistance that the community has. And when I hear a spirited conversation about the possibilities of such a program, it's a shame that it couldn't be, a much larger number to work with to bring that whole circle of work to completion. But we have no influence over the magnitude of that number. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir. It's it's a formula grant from HUD. Yes.
Okay. All right. Well, with that, thank you very much for your presentation. We'll move next to item number 5 now, which I believe would be...
Item number 4.
I'm sorry, 4.
Presentation.
Number 4, yes, correct. The Matanzas Woods Parkway Legislative Priority Update. And is there a presentation, Mr. Coate?
Presentation for you. Just gotta call it up here. So today I'm here to give you an update on the current Matanzas Woods Parkway to Palm Coast Connector roadway, our current legislative priority, and then our underway appropriation request for additional funding on the project. So, the city, the background, this project was identified by the city of Palm Coast as a legislative priority for 2022. And in June 2023, the city of Palm Coast presented a resolution to the city to adapt the design service contract with ETM, the design firm. So the project's been under design, and it is moving forward. I'm going to go through some of the details on that specific portion of the project. The city's been coordinating with DOT. There's a lot of steps on this project. It's a very complex, complicated project because there's various tasks and items that need to be accomplished to proceed. We've been coordinating with DOT to finalize the state-funded grant agreement. We're expected to have that this month, so we anticipate coming back to council in January with that grant agreement for that first phase of the project. We are looking at hiring a construction manager at risk firm. We've gone out to bid. We've extended it numerous times. We had minimum interest in the project. Lots of these larger scale contractors that do this type of work are very, very busy. So that's what we've heard back when we've reached out to some of these firms as to why they haven't sought to be considered. It has been due to their workload. So Florida Power and Light is another item that we've been working with for a long period of time, because parallel to the railroad, there's an overhead distribution system. So we've been working with FPL on working through that avenue, because as the roadway goes up and over the railroad, they need to raise their lines. They need to temporarily box them out so we can install the structure over the tracks. They prepared an agreement to us to begin their design. That is going to be compiled and brought forth to you. There's some upfront costs so they can do the design. That would be covered by the appropriation costs as well. So that will be coming to you with the grant agreement at the same time to propose to move forward with those expenses and get that moving forward. In the future, there'll be an actual FPL agreement. And then once the design is done and we know the true cost for construction, there'll be a formalized agreement that will come to council for approval, but that will probably be 6 to 9 months after we kick off the design phase. The railroad is also probably our largest challenge. It's a typical process. It's very tedious, very technical, There's lots of requirements that need to be complied with. It's just a long process to work through. So, and it's not just the city. So, you know, when the railroad looks at it, they look at the corridor through a county or even further stretch of that in terms of where are at-grade crossings, how is safety being addressed, what's your long-term vision for the city for access. They typically require, you know, two at-grade closings for one new proposed above-grade crossing. So we've been working with folks at DOT, with the state, FEC, spoke with City of Bunnell, Flagler County. So City of Bunnell has agreed to, FEC has identified a specific crossing in Bunnell where they have multiple very adjacent crossings, like within 2 blocks of one another, where they see it as a safety issue. Bunnell seems to be on board with closing that. There's things that Bunnell would need to move forward with to make that happen. In exchange, DOT has indicated and FEC has indicated to do some additional enhancements and modifications that they don't typically allow, like a wider pedestrian path on 11 going over the tracks and some additional signal tie-in with US 1 and the signal at the tracks and some additional efforts. So there's some coordination there, potential grant funding to assist Bunnell with the closure and those sorts of things. So it's a process. There's several stipulation of parties agreements that are going to need to be approved by Bunnell, the city, and then as between us and FEC as well. So that is in the works. That continues to be an ongoing item. We have regular meetings specific with this person and our railroad coordinator with DOT to assist in this process. So currently, this first phase of design is 90% complete. We received those recently, so they're currently being reviewed and city staff are compiling comments. Right-of-way is partially obtained. I believe we're coming up to a meeting here very shortly to purchase the last 2 parcels necessary to have all the right-of-way needs for this first phase of the project. And lastly, there's a conservation easement release that is necessary for this roadway as well as for our maintenance operation complex. It was all tied to one permit, so we combined it and consolidated that effort. That is going to the Water Management District Board in January currently. It's tentatively on their agenda. We're just doing some last minute review of some documentation and support information. So that's been like a 2-year process that, you know, we started that right away, and that's been ongoing. There'll be some costs associated with that to offset those release impacts. So there'll be some mitigation credits that we will need to purchase. So there's an agreement that will be coming to council, you know, in the coming meeting to approve going into an agreement and paying a deposit to reserve those credits from a mitigation bank, because those sell very fast. There's not a lot of credits out there, and those dollars change quickly. So we'll be coming forth shortly for that. And then in the upcoming appropriation, we have several requests in. I think there's 3 different projects tied to completing the roadway just due to the extent and cost and priority of completing the project. So this shows the complete loop where it would connect back to, you know, we start at the north at Matanzas, head west, then south, and then back east and connect up at Palm Coast Parkway. So this just kind of shows a configuration working with the developer and wetlands and kind of how that alignment would work with the landowner, you know, west of the tracks. So the intent is that whole loop is under design. Our intent is to have 100% design over both railroad tracks because that is such a long initiative to complete. And then the remaining phases would be at a 30% level, so we can put some really good estimating numbers on there. That's a part of the point of bringing the construction manager on board, would be to help work on those construction cost estimates and scheduling and timing. So we have that detailed backup information, supporting documentation to satisfy the state legislature.
I just want to take a quick moment, Carl, to applaud the city manager and her staff. It's my understanding, and from what I'm aware of, that They have caught the attention of the Florida's Department of Transportation to the extent that they prioritize this project. They have also offered resources in terms of people and personnel to help guide this project forward, which is, I can't tell you that it's highly unusual, but it's something that that you all have put together, and you could not have a better partner than Florida's Department of Transportation to fulfill such a massive infrastructure project, you know, using the funding out of Tallahassee. So I would applaud that that all that you've done cooperatively. You've impressed them, and that's very good to hear. So, comments from City Council?
No, I'm good with what you just said.
No, thank you for the update. I
Yeah.
appreciate it, and thank you for staff's efforts.
Yeah, thank you for all the hard work.
Very good. And you keep up the good work. Let's just keep on their good side. It's really very helpful in terms of going forward and saving our taxpayers or getting them our fair due share for these investments going forward. So thank you. I'm sorry, I did have one last question just quickly. You mentioned that the bigger construction players have shown some lack of interest. Are they still playing catch up from COVID? Is that part of the problem, or what's the issue from your perspective?
I'm not sure if it's catch up from COVID. There's just a lot of infrastructure dollars out there, a lot of major road projects they take years, you know, some of these major projects, and they're tied up on those projects. You know, labor, you know, for them, for all contractors out there, it seems like has been an issue. This has been ongoing, even with our contractor when we did Old Kings Road widening phase 1, you know, that was part of the issue, was just getting labor to perform the work. So, yeah, they would gladly add other projects on if they knew they could get supporting labor, equipment, you know, all those things to move forward and increase the workload. But they are very cautious about not adding more than they can actually perform well and have the labor and equipment to do. So,
Okay, I mean, that helps me understand a little bit. So thank you very much for the presentation.
and just an update, I know it's a different project, but I know it was brought up into discussion today, Old Kings Road. And phase 2, we did receive our updated design plans. You know, part of the process was to update them to current specifications and breaking up the segment, you know, on that project. And we did receive those plans as well, 90% plans for review, and they're in with DOT for review and comment, and that agreement will be coming shortly here to council as well. So that project is, you know, moving forward, you know, on the same track. As long as there are other appropriations such as Belterre Parkway, you know, that's well underway with updating the plans and getting those approved by DOT to bring that agreement back. So we have, I think, 4 appropriations with DOT. So there's many projects, and they're all pretty much on the same track, trying to keep them all moving forward.
So I appreciate you giving my update on the TPO. That's very helpful. Thank you.
When the Old Kings Road FDOT contract comes to us, can we just get an update too from staff, generally speaking, on the construction of Old Kings and what we're planning to do? Because I know there's been some concern in the community on infrastructure specifically for Old Kings near Town Center, and I understand the city is addressing those concerns, but it hasn't really been made public. So I think that would be a really good benefit for our residents if we could kind of kill 2 birds with 1 stone there when we do get that FDOT contract.
Yeah, and that is another a smaller appropriation. I think it's $500,000, and part of that is to do a study from the Town Center Royal Palms connection to Old Kings, and then look at Old Kings Road all the way up to Palm Coast Parkway. So just updating that analysis, looking at those intersections, widening infrastructure. So that is something that we're working through currently for an agreement with DOT, so we can continue moving forward with our consultant negotiations and bring that to council. So, yes.
Yeah, the point is well taken, because what residents can't see, I mean, there's an assumption that maybe nothing is going on.
Right.
I think, you know, I know differently because of my liaison to the TPO and DOT, but I think bringing that forward on a, you know, I don't know if it's quarterly or whatever, just let people know what's happening that they can't see, so that they are aware that all of these gears are moving in the background would be great. So I appreciate
I would appreciate that.
Yes, good. Okay, very good. Thank you.
just to touch upon that, this coming summer, there's going to be a lot of activity. DOT has projects on 100, on US 1. We will have all these projects, Old Kings Road, Belterre, Whiteview under construction. So we'll probably need to create some sort of dashboard or something on a website to kind of show the status updates, even though we have our capital projects dashboard, but something that's more easily accessible because, there's going to be a lot of activity all over the city. There's going to be impacts to traffic flow and operations, that are going to be a result of making those improvements. But at the end of the day, when those are completed, it's going to have a tremendous benefit.
Very good, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we now move to presentation number 6, which is the annual citizens survey. So Brittany, go ahead.
Okay, yes, so we're going to talk about the annual citizen survey, which is coming up in February of this year. So we've, through the strategic action plan process, we conduct this citizen survey, and we utilize the National Research Center, which is now Polco, and they facilitate the survey for us. It's a statistically sound survey, and it's sent systematically to a sampling of all households within the city. This is a benchmarking survey, so it provides a comprehensive and accurate picture of livability and resident perspective on local government services, policies, and management. And then those benchmarks are compared with other cities across the country. The City of Palm Coast has been doing this survey since 2002. We do it every other year, so we did it last into 2021. And we use the survey results to keep a pulse on the community and then to improve city services. And the results are compared with more than 500 other local governments across the U.S., and the feedback from residents will be presented to you all after we get those results. So this is a quick timeline of the process, and it's facilitated by the SAP team, which is comprised of staff members from the different city departments. So we've been working with the National Community Survey since October, and these are some important dates that are coming up. It's going to be randomly selected residents are going to receive the survey in early February. And then there will be an open survey, which is non-scientific. That'll open in March. And then the results will be finalized mid-April and then presented at a future city council meeting. So as part of this process, we're able to develop some custom questions. And I think it's important to note that this is the first year that Flagler County government is also going to do the National Citizen Survey for the first time. They're going to follow the same timeline as us, and that way we'll be able to look at the entire county as a whole. They will not survey people who live within the city. We'll just share our results with them, but they'll survey residents that live in other cities in Flagler County or the unincorporated area. So in the spirit of collaboration with the county, we're looking forward to working together to better gauge how we can best serve our residents. So through this process, we're able to create 3 custom questions, and the SAP team has been working with the National Citizen Survey to determine the best course of action to maintain. They decided we should probably stick with the 2 custom questions that we used in 2021, which focus on city streets, and that way we'll be able to start seeing some benchmarking by asking these questions in each survey. And then the third is one of the questions that the county is actually going to put in their survey. So I just wanted to present them to you today and get any feedback so that we can move forward with finalizing the survey. So the first 2 questions, as I mentioned, are identical to the ones we asked in 2021. So by maintaining these questions, we're able to begin benchmarking the results to see how views are changing over time. And these are the 2 custom questions that we recommend maintaining. They are about neighborhood streets, major streets, street signs, and markings on city streets. And then the second is about medians, turn lanes, signal timing, traffic, and sidewalks, pedestrian bridges, and trail connectivity.
So these would be the first two that we would maintain going forward. And then this is the custom question. Flagler County developed this question to use in their survey, and the SAP team at the city has recommended using the same question for our survey. As we learned through the Parks and Recreation Master Plan, our residents utilize Flagler County parks, trails, and roadways, and they often don't see boundary lines. So viewing the results to this question as a comprehensive countywide approach can benefit both the city of Palm Coast and Flagler County as a whole. So this one talks about different projects that the county plans to address, such as the beach renourishment, acquiring environmental sensitive lands, our trail system, storm drainage, county street maintenance, and county parks. So I just need your consensus that you're okay with moving forward with those questions.
I think on the first question, I'm not clear on the word major.
Okay, we
I
can.
mean, I'm asking because I'm thinking if I'm somebody out there, what does my definition the same as everybody? I don't know.
Like maybe change to arterial?
Or maybe just list them?
Well, and I don't want to complicate it. I'm just, I'm not sure how I would answer it.
I agree with you, though.
Yeah, I mean, I think major, I think Palm Coast Parkway, Belterre.
I was going to say, can you put IE Palm Coast Parkway?
I'm sorry?
Could you put IE Palm Coast Parkway, like in parentheses?
Example or
And
something?
Exactly right.
Yeah.
Maybe change streets to thoroughfares. I mean, something that is, because I think when you think of a thoroughfare, it's more of a, I don't know, just a larger street, but I agree with you. It's
Yeah, I
a little
like what
vague.
Nick just suggested. I think that is a definition.
Okay, we can definitely do that.
Oh, here comes Carl with the definition. Here we go.
And I don't want to get in too deeply in the weeds here, but so for example, State Road 100,
Major road.
Whiteview.
to be considered in our survey or the county survey? Ours, I guess.
Well, yes, so we're only concerned about our survey.
No, but I'm thinking about this gets, how does the person that receives this think about this?
Colbert Lane.
Because, part of the roads are in the county, some are in the state.
Yeah.
You could say non-residential. That might be a simple way to
No?
look at the roadways.
Major non-residential.
Okay, all right, that works for me.
He gets the gold star.
Yep, so, okay.
MVP.
Well done.
Wins.
Carl.
Handy cane here.
And I'm not trying to upset the apple cart here, I'm just trying to figure out, so county's doing some, we're doing some, I don't know why we're not collaborate, just perhaps have the county do the whole thing and then we do our share.
And pay for it, and
Well,
we get the
that'd be great.
results.
That's changing
I'm
and
just,
believing.
I guess it doesn't make any difference for the results, right?
So we wanted to ensure that our results would be separate. We wanted to make sure that our, these are only 3 of the questions that are going to be asked on the survey. We have 100 others that are standard. So we wanted to make sure that we could maintain the results for the city of Palm Coast residents, but then also be able to share it with the county so that they can look at it comprehensively countywide.
And my concern again is that residents filling out this survey will most likely spill over into county geography as well. You just have to assume that's going to happen.
Well, so the way that they, Polco is able to geofence our area, it will only, our surveys will only go out to people within our district for the scientifically valid survey.
I know those are the ones that get it. I'm talking about their response. They probably may not be geofenced in their response.
That is possible.
Yeah, okay. It is what it is. How long have we been doing this?
Since 2002?
Since 2002, okay. Comments?
No, I'm good with these questions. Thank you for presenting them.
I only have 2, I don't know if it's questions or suggestions, but I'm wondering, the question on the importance of building more pedestrian bridges and tunnels, and then bike connectivity to nearby residential areas. It seems like we're always looking for ways already to enhance connectivity. And I'm asking a candid question. Let's say we get results back that say everybody is very concerned with building more pedestrian bridges or tunnels. Are we going to dedicate money to that? Because it seems to me we've got some very valuable real estate on these surveys, and if these questions are done in futility, there's no point. So, I mean, I guess I wonder, it's easy for us to say, yeah, let's just go with the same ones that we had 2 years ago because we can build on that. But is there really an intent to do anything with that specific question if the result comes back a certain way? Or should we think about another question that maybe from city staff's perspective that may get some more valuable feedback?
Impossible question to answer.
These
But
questions-
the thought is correct, and I think you're right on point. I mean, with the list of priorities
Yeah.
and emergencies and to satisfy our requirement to build the level of service for our residents, you're right, something like that may not enter our SAP for some time.
To
So-
play devil's advocate here, these questions do persist across multiple surveys, correct? So like these questions have existed already. So we're asking the same question again, which is important to be able to measure actual impact of our strategic action plan and being able to measure whether or not today do people feel pedestrian bridges and tunnels are more important than they did potentially 2016, 2012, going backwards. So I agree that the questions that are in the moment could offer insight, but I think it's important that we also value historically where these results have come back from, and then we can see the progress that we're making on these type of questions, right?
That's correct. So this is for you all to be able to use it as a tool in your strategic action plan process. So if it's valuable to continue to maintain those results and get to see people's views year after year, then you would leave it, but.
Councilwoman, to your point, I mean, if that one came back negative, it would help you not have to include it, so.
So next year we could just nix it.
Well, you could look at it either way. I don't know how to balance it. I mean, the question's correct. You just,
I'm thinking about, we have,
Yeah.
we're asking people to do the 2050 surveys and get active with that. So I don't want to bombard people with, like I said, what I think is very valuable real estate here, where we want some honest insight that they're going to take time to fill out. So then I guess whenever we get the results, I would like to see the historical data, to Councilman Clufus's point, because in a vacuum, it doesn't do us any good, right?
agreed. So we'll build on time. So I think you have a consensus up here that, we have reservations, but we will ask more questions when we see the results and make sure that we employ those responses properly. Thank you.
Thank you.
We move to presentation number 7, looks like the cellular tower strategy discussion. Good morning.
Good afternoon, Council.
Okay.
Doug Akins, IT Director. What's up here? Here this morning to solicit feedback on how the city should implement the wireless master plan. So this morning's discussion is not so much on the wireless master plan itself, but what is the city's strategy for, once we have identified parcels in the master plan, how do we go about putting towers on those parcels? So by way of refresher, the wireless master plan was adopted in 2017. It identifies city-owned parcels for potential tower placement. Those parcels are approved by council and then therefore don't require a special exception for cell towers. The primary purpose of the master plan was to improve cell service throughout the city. And the master plan itself does not address how towers are built on identified parcels. It just identifies the parcels themselves. So the city has been going through a city land inventory project. As part of that project, we have been looking at additional city lands where we could put cell towers. This priority was brought before City Council on June 13th, 2023. There's currently a team analyzing existing sites in the existing master plan, as well as new locations to be identified during the inventory. And the sites are being analyzed for this criteria: distance from residential property, at least 150 feet per the city's code, access to the property, wetlands, floodplain, stormwater drainage issues, existing easements, and deed restrictions. And so the team is currently analyzing those properties, compiling them, and we plan to bring an entire master plan update back to council Q3 of this fiscal year. So as far as implementation options for the master plan, how we actually put towers on these identified parcels, we see 3 ways forward. One is city-owned towers. This is where the city would construct and own towers on the parcels. One is an exclusive agreement, like we had before Diamond, where we'd have one vendor who would be allowed to build on those identified parcels. And then another is open access, where any tower company can come and build on an identified master plan parcel, which with the contract ending with Diamond is by default what we're under now is the open agreement. So to go into more detail on each of these options, to look at the city-owned towers, the idea behind that is it may be beneficial to have public assets on public property as opposed to private assets on public property. This gives the city more control, being that we are the owners of the towers themselves, so if there's a need to update the infrastructure, we have more control to do so. Gives us the ability to add incentives for carriers, so if we want to try to entice a carrier to a certain location, we could change the rent structure to incentivize a carrier to co-locate there. It does require more upfront capital. I'm told it's between $350,000 and $400,000 per tower for the construction cost, permitting, et cetera. At that cost, with a estimated $45,000 a year rent for a carrier, it's about an 8+ year break-even point, at which point the city will retain all the revenue afterwards. And under this model, the city obviously holds more liability than we would with third-party ownership. If council were to go in this direction, some action items from this would be we would have to find a vendor to actually manage the towers for us. We reached out to a few companies to see what they would charge. I got one response, and they charge about 25% of all revenues. The city would also need a construction vendor. In the past, the city has 2 towers now that we own. In the past, that was done through carriers. They built the towers, then deeded them over to the city after the construction was paid for through rent abatement. But that would be a need for us is to find a actual vendor to construct the towers themselves. And then we would need a vendor to market the towers and the locations to the different carriers. The second option is an exclusive agreement. Again, this is similar to what we had with Diamond Towers. This would give us one partner dedicated to towers throughout the city to do marketing, building, et cetera. Usually through these agreements, the city has the ability to add equipment to the towers at no cost to the city. This does bind the city to long-term land agreements, whereas with city-owned towers, we own the towers on our property. Here, we are tying up the land for sometimes 30 to 50+ years. These long-term agreements are needed. The carriers want to see the long-term agreement for their investment. They're investing significant dollars, not only in rent, but also in construction, so these long-term agreements are necessary. But again, that does bind the city to these agreements. The tower company, again, retains liability for the tower maintenance, and they also have in-house expertise and resources that the city doesn't have. And again, if this was council's direction, we would have to put together a RFP to go out and find an exclusive tower company that would do this for the city. And the last option, again, is open access. And essentially, this is any tower company could come and build a tower on an identified master plan parcel. The previous 2, city-owned and exclusive, our concern there is that if a carrier approaches a tower company about building on city property, because it's exclusive to the city or a third party, we would never hear about it. But open access opens the doors to any tower company can propose a tower on a predefined master plan site. Again, the same with an exclusive agreement. There would be no upfront capital costs to the city. This would be all done by a third party. It would be open to any tower company. This would potentially open us up to different types of terms and agreements based on different companies, but we'll address that in a minute. And again, the same as the third party, it binds the city to long-term land lease agreements. So action items here, we would need a consultant to possibly negotiate the different agreements and leases with us. Our recommendation would be that we find a consultant to give us a standardized lease agreement, and that we only agree to give leases out based on that standard agreement with very minor deviations. That would help simplify the process. And then we would need a process for how different tower companies would request to have a tower built on an identified parcel. So those are the different ways we see forward, and I would love to hear your input on which direction we should go.
I guess questions first. Is there anything in the information of the presentation that you have a question about?
Where do you think we should go with this?
My personal opinion is open access. I mean, that allows, if the city wants to build a tower, we'd be able to, but it allows any third party to approach us. And I know we've spoken to Diamond Towers, who has had an exclusive agreement in the past. Their preference is also open access. There is a representative here today if you'd like to get his input. But that's where we believe open access would be the best option for the city.
And that would be the most profitable for us too?
It's almost even. So when you consider what the city would take in revenue, if the city owned its towers, plus the expenses and liability, we make almost as much getting a rent from a third party as we would owning our own towers. So it's almost as profitable as owning our own towers.
But would you say, I'm sorry, do you mind if I?
But no, go please, I'm done.
Would you agree that potentially it has the higher probability of expanding cell phone coverage most quickly in an
Absolutely.
open access system?
Yeah, so remembering that the main point of the master plan is to get better coverage, that'd probably get us there quicker.
And I also think if we're having a dialogue about our Diamond Communications partnership, I think that was a great way to get us out of kind of the older way of thinking that we have had. But would you agree that it's probably, in our experience now, that the exclusive agreement is probably not the best way to move forward? Even if we decide between city-owned towers or open access, the exclusivity may have prevented some progression forward over the last 7 years, 6 years?
Absolutely. Since the contract has ended, we've had other companies approach us about locations they're looking for, which it's our assumption that in the past they haven't approached knowing there's an exclusive agreement there.
Yeah, yeah. I'm just, that's just food for thought.
What's the downside of open access? Because I tend to lean the same way you all are leaning, which is open access, but what are kind of the pitfalls? What do we need to look out for to protect ourselves if we go open access?
To me, the biggest downside is the fact that you may have the possibility of different types of agreements that we have to manage, where I think the way around that is the city creates a standard agreement that we use, and without any minor deviation, we adhere to that agreement.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so based on your feedback, we'll start working on a standardized agreement to present.
Hold on, I didn't get to ask yet. All right, so with the open agreement, is that more attractive now because we're more attractive to the providers than we were in the past, or just we were just locked up before?
Say it again, I'm sorry.
So I'm getting the feeling that we are more attractive to vendors or to providers than we may have been in the past. And that's part of the reason why you think this open access is a better way. You have no, you're not at all concerned that there won't be a lineup of folks that would want to become a provider.
Right, well, I think residents and businesses would say there's definitely a need here for better coverage. And so the way the carriers go about looking for places, they may approach different tower companies. Sometimes tower companies solicit our parcels to them and try to get them to come on. So there's different ways that they look for different properties. And this allows for different tower companies like a Diamond Tower or an SBA, if they wanted to be more aggressive, they could market our locations to them and bring those back to us.
So we're stated simply, we're bigger, we're more interesting to more folks than we were in the past. Now, this in no way changes or alters our ability to choose a specific location. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So we're just talking about a process here.
Correct.
Just to put that out there. Okay. So I certainly have no objection then. Open access seems to me to be a good way to move forward with business. So I think you have consensus from everybody on the dais that would be the correct direction to take, although managing these contracts is something that we're not used to doing, and we've been through this before. Managing contracts is in itself a specialty, so we need to be cautious and aware of that we don't run afoul of the intricacies of contracts that we've not dealt with in the past.
We'll let you handle all those.
Not at all.
We did a great job with the master concessions agreement, though, right? We kind of standardized our concessions agreement. Probably time to do the same for cell towers.
Yeah, that's correct.
I think it's a Jason DiLorenzo problem, honestly, because I think he was responsible for the last one, so look there for expertise.
We have a standard form that we've implemented.
Yeah.
Yeah, since,
Less work for Jason.
well, for cell towers.
Yeah.
Okay.
I did have one, sorry, just one more question. This doesn't change the land requirements or the zoning requirements, right? Okay.
Not at all.
So this is all process
Got
at
it.
this point.
Okay.
That's why I wanted to do, good.
Yeah.
I want to make sure that was clear.
Yes.
All right, Doug, thank you very much for the presentation. And now we move to presentation number 8, which is titled Rentals.
Barbara's got a lot of paperwork.
That's my life.
Yeah, fair enough.
Well, I'm going to change this from good morning to good afternoon. Mayor and City Council, Barbara Grossman, Code Enforcement Manager with the city, requesting a presentation with City Council, requesting a presentation on Airbnbs. So I'm here today to present on the rentals, also to be known as Airbnbs and vacation rentals. Does it matter what kind of rental is in Palm Coast? A short-term, a long-term, or an Airbnb? The Palm Coast, the answer is no. All must register as rental registrations. In 2011, local governments were preempted by regulating rentals unless local governments were already enforcing. Then in 2014, the legislatures reversed leaving in short-term rental regulations. However, regulations have failed over a decade to prevent local governments from regulating short-term rentals. Most recently, Senate Bill 714 failed in May 2023, allowing local governments to continue to regulate short-term rentals with limitations. Palm Coast City Council adopted the rental registration in 2004 to encourage the appropriate management of residential rental properties that are owned by absentee landlords, to ensure that rental property areas maintained in a high-quality manner as required by all residential properties, and to ensure that residential rental properties are maintained with the care necessary to ensure code compliance as evident in the vast majority of owner-occupied residents located within the city of Palm Coast. The adopted ordinance allowed for rental registration fee to be adopted by resolution, which City Council did, Resolution 2004-44, in the amount of $5 per unit, along with a $50 non-compliance inspection fee per unit. Absentee landlords require local representation. This usually is a property manager, and the city allows representation from Orlando to Jacksonville, within an hour's drive to be available for property owner, unless there's a traffic accident on 95. When the city began the rental registration, there were 800 rental registrations. Since then, we are now at 8,837 active registered rentals within the city of Palm Coast. The city of Palm Coast has regulated rentals as a rental is a rental is a rental since prior to 2011. Chapter 1, Article 3, for violation, codes looks at Chapter 35, public nuisances, litter, debris, and under 44, we look at parking. Also under Chapter 35 is noise pollution, which we sometimes will get, but we also ask for the assistance of the Sheriff's Department in those manners. Complaints received on rentals are the same received on property owners, which may affect the quality of life and property rights for all involved, i.e., this is a parking violation in a residential property, and it's not a rental. We have a move out here, which we have to allow for 24 hours. Then once it's not moved, if it's not remedied, the city would remedy whether it was owner occupied, bankruptcy, foreclosure, rental, whatever it may be. There's a 24-hour hold, and then we would remedy the situation. The quality of life nuisances that are most complained about, whether it's a rental or an owner property, is noise, trash, and parking. Can you tell the difference between the rental and an owner? The top left is a rental, also known as an Airbnb, on Cleveland Court, while the top right is a rental, also known as an Airbnb, on Cimarron Drive. The bottom is a property owned on Cleveland Court as a rental, as a registered property owner. Property rights get a little more involved, as it entails the rights of both property owners, and due process must be provided by both property owners and renters. This is one of the main legislative debates over the years. Palm Coast is reactive yet proactive and very reasonable with respects to the complaints and costs associated with rentals. As a management commitment, being more proactive, staff will be distributed to the top 10 violation pamphlets to the rental residents when they register renew a request. They post the conspicuous place at the rentals or provide there with a rental agreement to the rentals. And what we're saying with that is kind of like when you're in a hotel and you go to the door and it tells you how to get out for a fire. We are going to meet with the Board of Realtors to see if we could get that same type of thing put into the rental properties so that the people would be familiar with our top violations. We do have, like Suncoast Property Management actually makes them sign for the nuisances, the top nuisances, predominantly trash, parking, noise, and that type of item. So we're going to work with them and try to come up with, maybe we could get that same concept into the rental properties so that they would know once they shut the door what you can and cannot do in Palm Coast. Currently, as I said, the city has 808,837 active rental registration, and we have researched other municipalities, and each municipality is a little bit different in how they charge and regulate their rentals. The state of Florida requires registration be the Department of Business and Professional Regulations, which is known as DBPR. The Florida Department of Revenue requires a certificate to collect and remit tourist development tax, sales tax, and transient rental tax. Flagler County requires a short-term vacation rental certificate, an affidavit, and a business tax receipt, and regulates short-term rentals by ordinance. Flagler County charges $400 for the initial application fee, $200 for the renewal, $50 to transfer, and $50 for modification fee. The city does not implement state or county regulations. That is the county's responsibility.
And real quick, if I may, Shelley from the tax collector's office, every TDC meeting gives all of us an update on how many new rentals have been added, how many people they're waiting on collections from. They use software that basically scrapes Airbnb and will look for properties that are not conforming to their application fees and such. I think it's called like AirDNA or something like that. Don't quote me on that. But they are very much transparent with how many Airbnbs have been added versus removed in the county, Palm Coast, Flagler Beach specifically. So Shelley from the tax collector's office has that type of data readily available, and she does a great job regurgitating it.
So that kind of concludes my presentation on rentals. Do you have any questions?
Yeah, a lot.
Okay.
Are you able to offer any update on where the county stands on, I mean, they were the champion of regulating short-term rentals in Tallahassee for a number of years. And if you don't, then I understand. But do you have any, where they stand this coming legislative session?
I can answer that, Mayor.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
And also, Jason DiLorenzo and I had a meeting with the city's lobbyist maybe a month ago or so, and according to them, there wasn't anything upcoming on short-term rentals for this mess.
They're not lobbying against short-term rentals any longer, if that's the right way to say it.
No, so there hasn't been any talk to further preempt our home rule powers, whatever little bit that we have left on short-term rentals. But that was the last I've heard. I don't know if Jason's received an update. No, he's shaking his head no, so.
Okay.
Nisa, there's a Senate Bill 280 that the Florida League of Cities has officially come out and opposed.
Oh, okay.
I just got this 2 days ago.
Okay.
So it's
Yeah.
like fresh off the press. And it does obviously try to preempt home rule, but hopefully we can put it to bed again.
The burning question, which was posed some time ago, was, is there anything that this city can do before we're talking about hindsight to protect our residents from the negative impact, not that there aren't some positive, but the negative impact of short-term rentals That's really the question. I don't want to have to look back and say, we could have, should have, or would have done something that we overlooked. And it may not be a fair question to ask you, but I would ask council as well. Is there anything that we can do?
Yeah. So first, that's an exceptionally broad question, because first you have to identify, and I think Barb's presentation did a good job of going through it, what the problem is. What is the problem? Okay, building occupancy, there's a set number of building occupancy in the building code, that's established. Trash, parking, loud noises, those are all nuisances that we already regulate. So we have a registration program. Now, you know, the state preempted us and said, no, you can do no more than you already have prior to 2011 on short-term rental duration, you know, on basically regulating them. But the first ask is, you know, what is the problem you're looking to solve? Because it may not be something that's tailored to just short-term rentals. It may be a nuisance that applies broadly, and we could adopt an ordinance to prohibit that or to regulate it. So that's really the question. What is there left to do that the city's not already doing that you would like to try and do? And that's really the question. What are the complaints received? You know, it can't just be, I don't want my neighbor to rent out their house.
Yeah, so I understand your point. I guess I'm not really very clear. Here's my fear, is that Tallahassee at some point this session, next session, moves forward with the short-term rental program, and then they literally drop it in the municipality's lap to regulate, to watch over. It's like, okay, they've changed everything, but we're not set up to do any of that. And I am uncomfortable that we would bear the cost of the administration of keeping our residents happy with how all of that rolls forward. So you're right, I asked a very broad question, and that's not narrowing it any further, but I'm trying to find an opening here. It's like you're gonna have to drag me out of this room, you know, screaming and yelling, because I see too many negatives attached to it that are worthy of a fight. I'm not willing to sit back and not fight against it, I guess is what I'm saying.
Any comments?
Well, I'll let you.
Okay, so,
Yes.
so, I think to staff's point, and I spoke with staff about a lot of this yesterday, and to Nasa, your point as well, there's a lot of other ways that we're regulating these. Parking is one, I know trash, nuisances, noise, things like that. But how are we regulating maximum occupancy? I know you mentioned certain codes that we have. And my question, because I mean, I used to have an Airbnb in Jacksonville. It was a 3-bedroom, but we advertised it as being able to sleep 10 because we had pull-out couches and bunk beds and things like that. That is one complaint that I have received a lot. I'm next to, you know, this is just neighbors, next to a 3-2, and there's 6 cars in the driveway. Clearly they have 10 or 12 people staying the night. So is there a limitation that we can impose there, and is there any appetite for that?
There is a calculation in the building code that could be used. The other thing, though, is when you want to go knock on somebody's door and ask him if we can come in to verify your occupancy, there's an issue.
Right, but we can also look, if we're getting registrations from, and I have a different question about the registration process with the county, but if we're getting registrations from people who are registering their Airbnb, we can very easily look at what they're advertising it as. So if they're on Airbnb and it's a 3-2 and they're advertising as sleeping 14, that's something we can put a stop to.
Yes, there is.
What would
If we can verify and prove what is inside.
What would be the limit
No,
of
we had a
people?
situation.
Yeah, what does the code?
What does the
currently-
code say? How do I keep
We're gonna have to
relatives
get-
from visiting?
Yeah, we're gonna have to get the building official, I don't know what it is offhand, I don't know what the calculation, it's a square footage calculation.
Okay.
So.
Okay, so let's.
I'd have to verify that with the building department.
And that's got a bunch of holes in it as well, because you're right, so they came over to visit for an hour, or.
Oh, right, yeah.
Not that, I just.
Because right now, we are able to regulate it, and in
Yeah.
this Senate Bill 280, they're proposing to allow us to, but with limitations, of course.
Right.
So, being that is something that we can regulate, I think that's something reasonable that could protect our neighborhoods and just, you know, put a limit, but still protect property rights. The other question that I had was with regards to the $400 initial application fee that the county charges. They charge that on Airbnbs in the city as well?
No, they do not.
Just in unincorporated Flagler County? And right now, we charge $5? Okay, we need to increase that. I mean, and I only say that because this is a business.
Let me back up one step. If they, for the tourist tax and the sales tax and the transient rental tax, yes, the county does. Whether you're in Palm Coast or not in Palm Coast, yes, they do. They are the regulatory part of the DBPR. So
Okay.
yes, whether you're unincorporated or you're in the city of Palm Coast, you are paying the, we will send you over to the county to be able to get that taken care of. So yes, the county does take care of the development tax, sales tax, and transient rental tax.
Okay, but the $400 initial application fee and the $200 renewal fee, is that charged on current rentals, not Airbnb specifically, but current rentals in the city of Palm Coast?
I would have to verify that because I think that's encompass of everything that they're charging for with their taxes.
My follow-up question would be, if they're not charging that to the city of Palm Coast, I think we need to really consider increasing our registration fee and our renewal fee, if we even have one. In addition, I would like to know where those monies are going, because our staff is charged with regulating the Airbnb, but the county is getting the tax for it, or the fee for it. So I think that needs to be, we need more information there to see if we're compensating the staff enough for regulating these, and where those monies are going that are being paid to the county.
So is it fair to say what we'd like to see come back at their earliest opportunity is an occupancy number that we could consider for a limitation, and also to make sure we're getting our fair share in terms of these various fees? It's not just one, it's several fees.
Yeah,
for
I would
sure.
say so.
Okay.
Mayor, City Council, excuse me, we do have, the fee is adopted by resolution. However, in the next coming months, we do have planning fees coming before City Council. So we'll research this, and if we can, we'll include that in our planning fees of what an increase could be for the rental registration as well.
Correct.
Okay. And none of that would be subject to what Tallahassee decides in the upcoming session?
Well, Tallahassee is proposing a cap of $150.
Yeah, so, but we don't know where it's going to go.
Registration fee, right, we don't know.
Yeah,
But
okay. Okay, that'll work. I just, like I said, I didn't want to look back and say, you know, I wish we would have looked at that more carefully. And the idea here is not to deny anybody's property rights. It's just to comply with, you know, what our residents, what our neighborhoods expect, and to maintain that level, you know, throughout the city of Palm Coast. That's the rationale for it. So does that give you enough direction to come back to us?
It does. I have all the information that you asked for, so I will come back.
Very good. City Manager, okay with that? Very good. Thank you for your presentation,
thank
ladies.
you, ladies.
Thank you.
With that, I would open up, if I haven't missed one, public participation, our final public participation for today's.
This one.
Where did I miss?
Legal.
Oh, number 9, I'm sorry. Presentation of legal yes.
Don't forget
Do not forget that one.
Legal services request. I wanted this, yes.
Trying to skip it.
Subconsciously
and I'm not gonna let you do
fighting
We
that.
don't want to talk about this.
Legal services request for proposals. So, Ms. Johnston, if you would go ahead and proceed.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. In your agenda packet was the draft RFP for city legal services. I've created just a brief presentation to help guide us through the RFP to make any suggested edits. This is an overview, a timeline that I've created, if you will. Upon your approval and consensus of the draft, we will begin advertisement. It will start next Wednesday. Then on Wednesday, December 27th, the bid opens. On January 11th, any questions are due to the Bonfire portal, and that's through the companies who put in the bids. They would ask any questions. That deadline is on January the 11th. January 24th would be the final deadline for intent to bid, and then January 25th, the bid proposal is due. I've allowed January 26th to February 8th to be your evaluation period, and that's when City Council would log in to Bonfire, the portal, to evaluate the bids that have come in. And then you have a scheduled workshop on February 13th to do any type of presentations, narrow down, or have your conversation in the sunshine.
Is that workshop dedicated to this issue, or it's a regular workshop?
It is a regular workshop.
I don't know how you all feel about that. I don't know off the top of my head what that agenda looks like. It would be troublesome to me if it were a really big or long agenda, considering the importance of this, but I guess we just have to.
I feel like they're all long lately, so.
Well, that's kind of where I'm going, but.
I'm not opposed to a special workshop to
So
deal with
why don't we
this.
do this? We'll keep the schedule this way, and if we needed to, at that meeting, we'll say, hey, we got to have a special
Yeah, I'm not
discussion
opposed
about
to
it if we felt that we were not
I mean, if there was
ahead of
a
it.
ton of people responding, and we need time.
Yeah. Does that cause a problem?
That's one question I did have, Lauren. Do you anticipate us getting in, I mean, I understand we're on a short timeline for a reason, but is this enough time to get, do you think, to get a qualified pool of applicants?
I think so. I mean, just due to the fact that we can use some resources available to make sure companies know that this is out there. You know, Ms. Borkert mentioned there's a listserv out there that go to city and county firms. I know there's several interested parties. We've received correspondence. There's a way that you can directly invite people to the bid portal. So I believe it's an appropriate timeline.
Councilwoman, just so you know, I share your concern. Only because of the limited number of specialists in this field. But
Well, you can always, it's always an option to extend.
Extend, that's
right?
right. Okay,
So
all right.
you can
Fair
ask, you can ask staff to come back, you know, and say, hey, like, if for example, your last business meeting in January, that would be before January 25th, you could ask staff for an update, and they could tell you, we've had X amount of firms, you know, send us proposal, or we have 0, and then you could make the determination.
Will
if you
we
wanna
be getting a list as we progress here?
Well, you're going to be, the Bonfire portal is going to be open to you on that date when you'll see them all. I think that's the way the schedule's lined out, right? What is that date?
Yes, you would be the evaluators, so you would go into Bonfire yourself and see the listing of who's intending to bid.
Right, okay.
I mean, if your question is, are you going to see the progression of incoming?
yes.
I don't know the answer to that. Yeah, the answer
We
is
will,
yes?
right?
Okay.
Yeah. Yep, okay.
Questions?
Sorry, on this slide alone, or do you?
Yes,
have more?
just this slide, just
Oh,
timeline.
No
So,
further questions on this slide.
just to confirm, I will be prepared to give you an update at your second business meeting in January. That's after the questions period, so we should know what's happening, and then take direction from City Council at that business meeting. Okay? So we're going to move into discussion of scope of services. And this is broken out into a couple of different parts. I've put in the city charter language, and as well as general duties performed by the city attorney, included but not limited to, and then broken out into additional services but not included to. I'm looking for consensus that the language as written in the draft is good. Is there anything additionally that needs to be added or
I mean, if you
removed?
conform to the charter, it looks like to me, is there,
No, nothing.
If you'll remember at the last meeting, I gave you a memo of all the services that, you know, we tried to just tell you everything that we did. And this is basically what Lauren has put in here. So if you looked over that memo, that's what it is.
By you? Is it good by you?
Doesn't matter.
Fair enough.
The next is our discussion of proposal submittal. We broke this out into 6 different Section 1 being, and this is how the proposal is going to come to you for evaluation. So first, they're going to create a title page, cover letter, and table of contents. The second one is the experience of the attorneys in the, that's being designated as city attorney. Then there's the experience of the law firm. Section 4 is the fee proposal. Section 5 is any conflict of interest. And then Section 6 is references.
I just have one question, just so we understand. What would be a conflict of interest?
So I'll give you a good example. And I'm only doing this, Michael Chimento, to use him as a good example because he represents a lot of the developers in Palm Coast. If he came and said, hey, I want to be the city attorney and put in for this RFP, then we would need to know where your conflict of interest lies, who you represent, what may conflict with that. That's the main thing we're concerned about. Also, if there's any internal conflicts with any of you all, your daughter comes and wants to be the city attorney, something like that.
Basically, Michael, if you're listening,
This is not for you,
Clear?
Get clear.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Mayor, because I had the same question. In the conflict of interest kind of umbrella, I would also ask that any, prior positions held with the city or the county be listed, and anybody that they know within the city or the county. And I know that might be quite an exhaustive list, but I want us to truly go to the well here. And so that's my goal, is to really make sure that we are eliminating any appearance of impropriety. And if there is any type of connection, that we just know about it.
Okay, so as it reads now is, identify any clients that have matters currently pending before the city and whether the law firm is presenting those clients in specific matters. Identify any conflicts of interest which would preclude the law firm from representing the city with respect to specific clients or matters. You also want to include?
I think it's important that we know if there's any relational, if there's any relationship between the applicant and anybody on city council or anybody on city staff. I think that's an absolute necessary.
What level of relationship, just help me understand here a little bit.
Yeah, how far
Are
back
we talking about friends, neighbors, or spouses, or help me?
Well, definitely spouses.
Okay.
I think definitely immediate family.
Okay.
I'm
having trouble figuring out where that line is.
But I think
Yeah.
that the climate that we are in right now, it is incumbent upon us to get somebody who is going to correctly advise based on what the law says and what is best for the city of Palm Coast. And I think that definitely immediate family relationship be disclosed. It can be a question during the application process or the interview process, or not an application, but interview process, that I will certainly be asking everybody.
I think that's fair. I'm just worried about how we write those words. In other words, the assumption that if they know somebody that they may not do the job is, I'm not quite there yet.
No, I'm not assuming anything.
Right.
I'm not assuming that because they know somebody, they won't do the job. It could be quite the contrary. What I'm saying is, for the benefit of our residents, they should know, and I want to know, if there's any relationship between, and again, I can ask during the interview process, between the applicant and anybody on city staff or city council.
Fair enough.
But I think in the application process, at the very least, they should disclose if they're immediate family.
So it's not
I
an
would agree.
exclusion, it's just a point
No,
for
not an
conversation.
exclusion.
It's admission. Just, I don't want to get killed here on the conflict, and excuse me. If you are a law firm that represents a municipality within a county, is that a potential conflict?
Say that again, sorry, Mayor.
If you are a law firm that represents a municipality within a county, and you apply for this job, does that represent a potential conflict?
Potentially, but not across the board.
Not across the board.
There would be a potential conflict if you're working on an item, for example, agreement between the two.
Just trying to clear the air, good.
Yeah.
Got it.
All right, can I ask one follow-up question? Is that currently employed by the city of Palm Coast?
Yeah, I would say
Okay.
so.
All right, thank you.
Okay, so we have some modifications to section 5, but were there any other additions to any of the other sections? Okay. Moving right along to the discussion of the evaluation proposal ranking criteria. So each of those individual sections has an associated rank. So experience of the city attorney was 20 points. Experience of the law firm is 50 points. Fee proposal is 20 points. And then reference materials is 10.
It seems a bit arbitrary to me. I do question bullet points 1 and 2. I just, again, it's kind of arbitrary. It's like, I think through our Q&A, if you want to adjust that, I'll be willing to.
I don't see myself adding up points here when we're going through this process.
Well, I think you need a process, but the firm versus the individual, you know.
Well, the difference with the two is you have the person that's going to be sitting up here doing what I'm doing, and then the experience of other attorneys in the firm is important in that you want to make sure there's an employment law attorney. You want to make sure that there's, you know, someone that's done code work, that someone that's done litigation, somebody that's done appellate work, all these other things, services, so you don't have to get outside counsel on these items. So it would behoove any firm that's coming in to be able to have experience in all these other areas that matter.
And once,
That's why it's differentiated.
It's not really the experience, it's the availability of that work presently.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's the type of practice
Okay.
areas.
All right, so we understand. I got it.
because any firm, once we have a contract, 6 months down the road, they could move another
No, of
attorney in
course,
here,
of
right? I
course.
mean,
Oh,
so that's why it's hard
So,
to.
the point is well taken. Obviously, we want to make sure that the firm has available all of the other resources that we've used in the past. It's hard to predict what we would need in the future. Okay. I'm okay with it.
Okay, seeing consensus upon our ranking criteria, you know, then the final slide is review any suggested changes to the RFP. There was a little bit of discussion amongst our team about in section and award, selection and award, your ordinance on the local business preference policy, on if you wanted to include that, or just based off the charter language, we just didn't know whether it should be included or not included because this is a charter officer. Nathan, maybe you can help.
So the local business preference that you have in your code applies to all invitations for bid and proposals under section 2-24, I think it is. This is not one of those. You've decided to go through the RFP process to choose the city attorney who is a charter officer. So you do not have to give local business preference. You can. It's up to you if you want to include it in the RFP or not, but it's completely discretionary.
But if we're not really falling into like a rubric for point allocation for selection of an attorney, I think it kind of goes out the window. Because usually it's worth a 10-point bonus, right? Is that, honest to God, it's a 10-point out of 100 bonus, right?
On
Like-
the,
Normal RFPs?
well, it goes into determination of the fee proposal, so it's not necessarily a point, it's over their overall, it's a 3 to 5% off of the adjustment of what they propose they're going to charge us.
Gotcha, so 5%, fair enough.
So just help me, show me the money. The money side of this is coming from them to us. From a
So,
budget standpoint, how are we analyzing this?
so go ahead, Nisa.
Okay, this is what it says. The policy allows local vendors, as defined below, to be awarded a solicitation if their cost to the city is within 3% to 5%, depending on amount, and up to a total of $20,000.
Fair enough. But like the mayor said,
But
who
the
tells
thing
who
is,
how much we're paying?
You know, but the issue is, if that's fine if you're going to be doing this, awarding it on a retainer proposal. But if it's a per hourly basis, you have no way of calculating if someone should get a local business preference. So that's why it probably really doesn't fit into this
I think
type of
I think we agree, it doesn't.
solicitation.
Yeah, I'm kind of thinking who throws first, you know?
Yeah, I know, I mean, I think we can take that out.
Yep.
All right.
Okay, we'll make that
Yes, you got a
adjustment.
consensus, all up to it.
Okay, that concludes my presentation. Helena did advise that, while we were discussing, just clarification, that you as the evaluators would not receive who's in the bid portal until after the bid closes. That's been our procedure in the past. So unless council wants to change that to just kind of get a scope and feel, our procedure has been that the evaluators don't truly know what's out there until
I think,
the
Vice Mayor,
proposal
that goes to
deadline.
your question, I think.
Well,
you-
I think that ensures the integrity of the process,
Yeah.
right? So you can't go in and look and then say you wanted to pass along something to somebody else. Not that I don't think any of you would do that, but I think that's why the city does it.
Okay.
So they all come out at once and everybody's got
I'm good to stick with that, for transparency, stick with that same process, that we all get at the same time, boom, finished. I would like to ask this question, though. Are we all comfortable and/or clear on how we're going to interview applicants?
And I was going to ask that too.
Okay.
Do we have the freedom to pick up the phone and call them individually and have conversations before this comes in front of us or not?
How, give me the process for interviewing applicants.
So I would suggest this. The issue we have now is we don't know how many applicants there's going to be, which is why we have a ranking system. So say we have 20 applicants. There's going to have to be a weed out where you say, okay, we're going to interview the top 5, right? If you only have 5, maybe you want to only interview the top 3. I don't know what those numbers are, but it's just going to depend. So until you get them all in and go through the evaluation process, you can do a check-in and say, okay, we've evaluated, and we could make it a step process to where you do the evaluation and rankings and you talk about it, and then in the next meeting, you do interviews based on that.
But what I'm confused about, and I want to just clarify, because we, as a city council, can basically hire and fire 2 positions, the law firm and our city manager. And when we did
Yes.
the initial search for our city manager, we were all able to make phone calls, have private conversations, feel people out. Are we going to be able to do that?
That's up to you. That's up to you.
That's up to us.
You are choosing the charter officer, you pick the process.
Right.
I would suggest that because you're doing it in an RFP, that you don't pick up the phone and call everybody till you have everybody's proposals and you've opened them and you know who they are.
So I want to make sure we have a period of time
We're
where.
only getting them in one shot now, so.
Right, it would be after that period of time. During the evaluation, if you can pull up right here, that period of time between January 26th as it is now and February 8th, yes.
Good, terrific, because we may all want that opportunity to make individual calls and, it's like you would hiring anyone else.
So let's just make sure that we're all in agreement with that. Is everybody, I personally take a different tact. I would prefer that all of my questions be done, in the public. However, our workshops and our meetings are discussed. That's just me personally. Are each of you okay with customizing your own approach to interview?
If we're not, sorry, let me talk
Go
to
ahead.
the mic.
Yeah.
If we are not going to allow each of the council members to reach out, I do think that we need a special workshop where we are just interviewing all the applicants. I think that would be the more appropriate way to do it, because then we're allotting everybody a lot of time. And I think there's some benefit to doing interviews jointly, because Vice Mayor Danko may have questions that I didn't think about. So
I think you could do both now. I think what he's saying is he also wants the ability to interview individually, but also as a group. In other words, I think as a group, that's going to happen no matter what.
Yes, so I think individually, just having the freedom to do that.
I just want to make sure everybody's comfortable with
Doesn't mean you're even going to do it.
Right.
But I think,
Councilwoman, how do you feel about that?
I don't know right now.
As long as I have an opportunity for cross-examination, should be okay.
Right.
So, the only thing I can offer up is to use exactly the same process procedure that we used for our prior city manager search. I know nothing better than that right now. I guess you still have an opportunity to bring it up if you feel strongly about, after you think about it, changing it. That's the best I could offer right now.
I mean, I think doing that private conversation, one of us may discover something that we're not happy with, and we might want to bring it up, sounds good, but hey, guys, I had a little conversation, and this is what I don't like, or this is what I really do like. I think it gives us more flexibility in making this decision.
So right now, you use the process that's exactly what's being described now. If somebody feels uncomfortable, we'll bring it to your attention at our next, public meeting.
Here's what I would, just to kind of, I think that if there is a reach out individually, that is something that we should all disclose. I would be much more comfortable.
Oh, I'm good with that.
If during the
Ex
interview.
parte communications?
Exactly. Yeah,
Okay.
we disclose
So
that.
you'll need a process for that, but that's fine, I agree.
Yeah, and
Totally agree.
You just say, hey,
Yep.
on XYZ date, we had a meeting for an hour,
Yep.
just so that we know.
I think that's fair.
Yeah, good with that.
And you really want, as much sunshine on this as you possibly can. I mean, you've made the point a couple times, and I totally agree. Good. Ms. Johnson, does that give you enough?
Yes, sir, we will take this, get it out on the street, and come back to you. We'll just put a placeholder for that February 13th. I do hear consensus from City Council that they want a special workshop, but we'll just kind of play the timeline as it unfolds with what bids do come in and make this process a little more fluid.
Very good. I thank you. If there are no other comments from City Council, I'll move to final public participation. I would invite any members of the public to please come forward.
Thank you again. My name is Celia Puglisi, and I live in Pamco since 1991. First of all, I would like to address when you spoke about the issue of the backfill on those houses that we have so many. Mr. Mayor, remember 26, now 83, and probably they will keep on going given social media and residents contacting each other. So we really need to address this issue. Regarding that issue, it was mentioned, and I think it's going to be a liability to all of us that pay insurance, that you are inviting with the stakeholders, and unfortunately was not our representatives, I believe, our council, or any of us, 102,000 stakeholders, owners in this city, to those meetings with the stakeholders regarding that issue. And one thing that concerns me is this: you're inviting the insurance companies as stakeholders. The way that I believe insurance, okay, is like this. Our insurance companies already have the information to charge how much insurance as per the area we are. They base themselves on the flooding areas, different types of flooding areas. That is what the insurance companies base in area our cost of insurance, okay? And then it goes all the details on the houses. If you're inviting them to this meeting with the stakeholders, you know what the first thing that the insurance company is going to say? Oh, gee, we have a big problem. We're going to raise everybody's insurance rates, especially the people affected by something for which incorrectly Mr. Carco-T said was already created by ITT, which is the most outrageous thing to say, when we didn't have any problems before. This was not created by ITT. The insurance company is going to say, oh, look at what is created now. Everybody insurance is going to go up. Why do we invite to these stakeholders the insurance company for a problem that was created by the city over no good look at what it was being approved when these houses were built? Because this is the reality. I live here since 91. We built a house in the B section, and we had 2 lots empty around it, and we never everybody's flooded before, never ever before. Those lots were not like ITT, oh yeah, discharge, no, this is totally incorrect what is. And I am going to say, please do not let these companies, the insurance companies, because all our rates are gonna be increased, think about it. One other thing, regarding those inspections that they are doing. Okay, when we go to you and we pay for a building permit, everything is considered on the building permit. Mr. Di Lorenzo, excuse me, I know I have some other things. Could you allow me, please, because this is very important.
We gotta stick to it.
Okay, Mr. Di Lorenzo works, so the developer, all the the builders will get back some of those monies that were piling up. It's not allowed by the state. But now we are short in people that is supposed to be working on that. And one other thing, sir, one other thing. Thank you.
Quickly.
Thank you so much. This is bias regarding these installations of towers. We are fighting hard and we'll keep on fighting for a tower they want to install in number 7, Clubhouse Drive, 100 feet, 150 feet, 300 feet from our houses, like Mr. Joe Ranak said. This tower will be 150 feet from our HOA.
Okay.
Mr. Flukas had one installed 3,000 feet from the first house in Grand Haven.
Point taken.
That
Got
is
your
the
point.
difference.
That's also a
So
county
please look
project.
into that.
Thank you for your comment.
Just for clarification, that's a county project. I had nothing to do with that.
Are there any other members of the public that would like to make a public comment to me or City Council at this time?
County project.
Seeing no one come forward, I will close public comment, and I would ask City Council members if they have any final comments for today.
I have no final comments for today.
Just want to thank everybody who participated in the boat parade and commend the city on a job very well done, another success, and looking forward to the Starlight Parade this weekend.
I appreciate that, and let me just piggyback on that. I had the pleasure of attending the Hanukkah celebration last evening in Town Center, and it was incredibly spirited and moving, and it was such a nice reflection on the diversity of our community and the ability to come together in a very peaceful and wonderful way. So I appreciate all those that worked on that. Councilman?
No, I appreciate everyone's hard work. I'm looking forward to this weekend's parade. That should be a great time. And thank you for everyone for the patience and diligence. Yeah, good.
Now, here comes the hardest one for the day. So I'm now going to ask City Council to share her final comment today.
Okay, this is going to take about 20 minutes.
Got a
No,
lot
I'm
of
just kidding.
problems
Everybody's hungry. So I just want to thank you all for the past, 7 years that I've been working here with the City of Palm Coast. It's been my absolute pleasure to represent you and to work with you. City Council, thank you for always, most of the time, heeding my advice and allowing us to work together to move through some very difficult subjects. You all do a very good job of doing that. I also want to thank all the city staff. I know you know this, City Council, but your staff is awesome, is really good. I've worked in many other jurisdictions, and I can say they are some of the most hardworking, intelligent, knowledgeable, solution-oriented people I have ever worked with. And if I could name you all by name, I would do that, but I'm not going to. So, because everyone's very hungry. And finally, I just want to thank Denise for the partnership that we had over the last couple years and that we forged. You really couldn't ask for a better city manager that just tries to facilitate everyone and cares so much about the residents and the citizens of Palm Coast. She really pours her heart into this job and always puts the citizens first. So thank you, Denise.
Councilor? And with that, I will move to City Manager. Any final comments for today?
I can't follow that. We do have a parting memento for NASA.
Thank you, guys.
Very nice. That's lovely.
See you.
Everybody signed the thing, and we're going to take a picture. Right? Okay.
Very good.
Are you going to send that to me? Okay. Do you know that, what you have? Okay.
City Manager, conclude your comments?
Yes, it does.
So then with that, I would ask for a motion to
I'll
adjourn.
make that motion.
Second, please.
Second.
All right, then we are adjourned.